How are y'all feeling today? More importantly, how y'all feeling today? You're great. I like to hear that. Awesome. Yay. That makes me feel good. Wonderful, fantastic. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Wow, I look so rusty. Hold on. I'm looking a little ashy. I'm looking a little ashy. All right. We got work to do. We got work to do. It's not supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. You're the winner. You win. Hi. So tell me where you guys are watching from. Hi over here. Hi over here. What was that? Spray. Toner. Just toner. Nothing major. So tap the screen and share the live. Hi, Mr. Hardy. Long time no see. So IG has been letting people finally follow me after 3-4 years of hiatus. I think it's been since 2017, but I still don't get no algorithm on this live. I still don't get no algorithm on the live. So I will share and see if that helps. Do. Let me see. I will share and invite people. Do. La la la. So we were talking about deconstructing colonization, and our first order of business is religion. This lady over there sent me this thing talking about, let me teach you AI. I am the internet's AI teacher for. I was like, lady, I've already built an AI. I'm cool. Thank you though. I appreciate it. She sent me another message last night, like, yeah, so if you want the book or if you want the guide, I don't need the guide, man. I don't need it. But thank you. Okay. I hate this AI over here though. Because it's just whatever we're talking about, it's putting on the screen. So let me put some of my favorite products on the screen. Definitely my allostatic drops. Let me just put that up. Pin. Okay. Hi, Fuchil. So it got a little heated in here yesterday. People don't like when you start questioning religion, do they? People don't like when you question religion because those people have been trained not to question religion. They have just been trained to accept it is what it is, even if the math ain't mathin'. Even if the math ain't mathin'. And then those same people will do everything in their power to make sure you don't ask any questions because they feel like if they don't ask any questions, you ain't supposed to ask no questions either. For fear of what? And here's the question that I got when I was in the shower. I get the bulk of my questions downloaded to me when I'm in the shower and have no access to writing anything down. But the main question was, if y'all are so faithful and you believe in this big old heaven and all sorts of shit, why y'all so afraid to die? Hey, how you doing, Yolanda? I'm just waiting for some answers. Because it almost seems like to me you don't really believe what you were told to believe. I said, if people believe that there is this paradise up in the sky, why y'all so afraid to die? If life down here is so hard and gas is so high and the struggle and the struggle and the struggle, why the fuck are you struggling? Just go there. Hello. So no one has an answer. Which leads me to believe you don't really believe what you go around spewing. Because they make it sound like it's a Frankie Beverly concert. Like everyone's dressed in white, everyone's having a great time, the music is good, the food is good. I mean, that sounds like a good time to me. What's the problem? What's the problem? Some people would say, oh, you're going to go straight to hell if you off yourself. Where does it say that? And the only place that it would say that would be in the slave Bible. Because what slave owner would want his stock taking himself to paradise? Hello? Because you know damn well, because it's already been shown or said that many people threw themselves overboard on the transatlantic slave trade. They would rather have been with their ancestors than to be enslaved. So my question is, what made you stay? Hi. You getting beat every day. You getting raped every day. You getting all this shit every day. Every day. Every day. They told you you was going to go to this hot ass place for the rest of your life, for your eternity. For eternity. You're going to be in this hot ass place for eternity. If you off yourself, you're going to be in this really hot place burning for eternity. What? My soul is going to burn? How your soul gonna burn when your soul is already energy? Huh? Huh? How, Sway? Thank you. I'm just it requires a little bit of critical thinking, which you guys have decided that's no longer a useful thing. I think some of you guys have just given up. You're just going along to get along until your time here has expired, and then you just think that you're going to go to this next place. Fuck the assignment you were given. Fuck the purpose you were put here to do. None of that matters. Right? None of that matters. You've just given up. You're just going to go work your little funky ass job and just muddle through until your time here is up. Is that what we're doing? Is that what y'all doing? Because y'all awfully quiet over here. Y'all awfully quiet. What we were talking about yesterday was how black women hold up the black church. how 60 to 70% of the Black church is Black women, and how in the smaller denominations, it's 75 to 80% Black women. We are the ones that they extract the money from. We are the ones they extract the free labor from. Very much like our former slave owners. Y'all run around all day on Sunday making sure Pastor got everything he need. Who the fuck is making sure you got everything you need? Then they tell you that you married to God. That's the church I went to. Time to take your energy back. Absolutely. That's the type of church I went to. Pentecostal church. They told you you were married to God until your husband came. So who was the person that was supposed to be speaking for God? The pastor. So when the pastor is telling you what to do, it's almost like you're hearing the voice of God. If you are that entrenched. The people around me were that entrenched. I ain't fall for the bullshit. I didn't fall for the okie doke. Thanks. I'm about to rearrange this whole lawn. Okay. So if you were in that type of church like I was, which was the Pentecostal church, I told y'all my church was very much, yes, some of them are fake. And I'm about to get some more fake ones so I don't have to deal with this shit no more. I'm over my plant fetish. The ones that thrive, I'm going to be putting over here where the TV is, and the TV is going over there. And the rest of the ones around across the top are going to be fake. So I don't have time to do any of that plant shit anymore. I'm no longer interested. If you come here and you require more than some sun and some water, you're in the wrong house. Fake. Yeah. So my hair is fake. My nails are fake. My plants are fake. So what? Some of them are real. The ones that look sad and the ones that look great are not. So back to what I was saying. These ones over here, though, they do all right. They doing their thing. Them ones over there, not so much. The ones downstairs, great. The ones up here, I don't know what's going on. But I do know that we had that whole spider mite thing that happened, and my plants have not recovered since then. But thanks for your concern, motherfucker. So back to what I was fucking saying. You weren't being a dick. I guess that depends on what your definition of a dick is. So, hold on. It is, the church I went to was definitely a cult. Faux show. Okay? And the reason I think that I fell so hard into it, he said you weren't ready. I think the reason that I fell so hard into the church is it was right after my mom had passed away. So I was looking for something. Hold on, I'm trying to get y'all set, get y'all right over here. I was searching for something. And my friend hi Wendy, my friend had invited me to her church. So I went to the church and everything seemed copacetic. The praise and worship, of course, was off the chain. That always gets you, right? And everybody was so nice. Jordan was like 1.5 years, and it was super cute. So of course everybody was like, "Oh my God, your baby!" Da, da, da. So, like any Black church, they see the single mothers before they see anybody else, because that's just Cha-ching. We just money. We guaranteed money. Fats, I do not have time. You had all this time before I got on the live to talk to me. So go ahead and go lay yourself down somewhere. No, I don't care how cute you are. Okay, what do you want? Come here. Nothing. So, like any church, as a single mother, they saw me coming. It was like, ooh, we gonna get her money. We gonna get her labor. They immediately put me to work. Honey. I was on this committee. I was on that committee. I was just working. So, I'm at church 6 days a fucking week. The only day I was not at the church was on a Saturday. The only day I was not at the church was on Saturday. And I was there for 2 services on Sunday. I was there for noonday prayer all 5 days of the week. And then 2 times on Wednesday and most of the day on Sunday. Because that's what they required. That's what they require. For the faithful. I'll tell you what happened. So at that time, I was in school. Jordan was 1.5 years old. And I was working. So you tell me how I had time to do all this shit. I literally was leaving my job at the gym. I managed health clubs at the time. I would leave my job at noon or 11:30 on my lunch break and spend my lunch break at noonday prayer. Then I was coming for Bible study on Wednesday night. My classes were on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay. So I set up my school schedule around church. And I set up my work schedule around church. So then I started noticing little things. I started noticing the gossiping. I started noticing my friends getting bigger and bigger and bigger size-wise because they were praying and waiting for their husbands. Hi, Jada. They were praying and waiting for their husbands. And then the only things we were allowed to do, we could not watch TV. We could not listen to music. We could not watch movies. Disney movies were demonic. Everything was demonic. Congregating with your friends and your family, demonic. Your friends and family live in the dark. What do they have to do with light? You know, separating you from the world. So I started noticing things. Firstly, it started with the little casual gossip. Oh, did you hear about so-and-so and so-and-so? So all people were really allowed to do was to go out and eat. And when you go out and eat, what are you doing? Sitting around talking about other people. So that was the first thing. I was like, oh, if these people are doing all this talking to me, what are they talking about me? If they're doing all this talking to me, what are they talking about when I'm not around? Secondly, I started paying attention to who was hooking up at the church. These married people. Elder this is with deaconess such and such. Then the pastor's daughter, who was 16, 17, got knocked up. Wait, what? How? The final straw was when there were 2 more things. this prophetess, this lady who called herself a prophetess, right? She would go around, she'd tell you all this stuff and da 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 da, and that she could see your future. And she put her hand on my shoulder one day and was like, "Oh my God, I see your future. You're going to do amazing things." And blah, blah, blah. And I was like, "Oh, okay, thanks." And so she's like, "Yeah, I have these visions." I said, I see things too that come to pass. And she was like, "Oh, that's of the devil. You need to pray about that." Yeah, it must have been immaculate. As in clean, I guess clean. And the final straw for me was when I had my final exams and I had to study. And I could not make all of the sessions that I had been coming to because this was my finals week. I had to fucking study, right? So I didn't make noonday prayer. I didn't make um, Bible study because my test was Thursday. Bible study is on Wednesday. So I'm cramming. When I got back to Sunday service, people were like, "Oh, we missed you on Wednesday. We missed you at noonday prayer. We missed you at the..." Y'all motherfuckers taking attendance? Like, what the fuck? So then one of them made a little snide comment and said, "Oh, we were hoping you weren't hanging out with your friends, in the world, drinking and having sex and stuff." I said, "Not that it's any of your business what I was doing, but I was studying. I'm in college." "Oh, sis, I was just playing." Mm-mm. You wasn't playing. They just playing after your reaction, right? They just playing after your reaction. At that point, it was almost like the veil had fallen off of my eyes, like the rose-colored glasses came off, and I was like, "Okay, I see this shit very clearly." Hi, Miss Sandra. Miss Sandra, I see this shit very clearly now. And so I continued to come on Sunday for a while, but I stopped going to noonday prayer and I stopped going to um, Bible study. Because I told y'all the first thing that happened was at Bible study, we were given these scriptures to study, and then we're supposed to tell them what our interpretation of the scripture was. And when it was my turn and I told him what the interpretation was, he was like, "Yeah, that's wrong. Your interpretation is wrong." Mind you, there are 47,000 different denominations of Christianity in the world, not just Pentecostal. So I guess mine didn't fit the Pentecostal interpretation. I was like, "Oh, okay." And then it wasn't like you were given an opportunity to ask any questions. It was like, "You were wrong. Shut up." Oh, okay. Yeah. So it just went down a little spiral after that. So I continued to go for a little while longer. I would come from the gym in my uniform, do my praise and worship, and go back to work. I didn't sit around for the lectures. I didn't sit around for the hypocrisy. I didn't do any of that. And then I just stopped altogether. Exactly. Or your consciousness, that is the God within you, speaks to you differently. because it's nobody else's business what your God says to you. I am no longer tolerant of the big white man in the sky. I'm just no longer tolerant of it. Hi, Miss Tiffany. I'm no longer tolerant of it. I don't even play around with it. I don't even play around with it for anybody else's benefit. I'm done. Okay. Mm-mm. Christianity is a poor white man's religion. And I don't care how many versions of this Christianity you want to say, well, this one's better and this one's better and this one. They're all the same. They're all the patriarchy. Any religion that subjugates women is a false religion. Any women that writes women completely out of his story is a false religion. And it is only in place to continue to extract free labor and breeding from women. Because these people will tell you that women have no place except beneath a man. Whereas in history, especially Black women were leaders. Okay? We were in there. Thoughts on Indian bro? Who the fuck is who the fuck is Indians in bro? Who's bro? I'm not bro. Don't address me as bro. I'm no one's bro. And Indians live in India. All of it is about control. What are you asking? Subjugate? Do you not know what subjugate is? Do you know what Google is? Okay. If you don't know a word that I say, you're free to go to Google and look it up. Do you like Indian people? I like Indian food. Is that what you're asking? I like Indian food. What about Indian people, though? I had quite a few close friends when I lived in the DMV that were Indian. That's all the questions I'm going to take from a bot today. You're welcome. Do any of you guys have any questions from yesterday's lesson? Does anybody have any questions from yesterday's lessons? Did any of y'all get yanked up because you were listening to me? I don't have any more tolerance for that today. So let me go ahead and get rid of that. Hi. Hello, Big Mike. What are your questions? What are your questions, sir? Let's take 5 minutes and do a question and answer period. What are your questions, sir? Hi. How you doing, Chantrice? No, you let Mrs. Wine have it yesterday. Well, that's part of my therapy. So, cussing people out is part of my therapy. It just happens that I do both of those things here. I do my assignment and I do my therapy. How many people did you guys cuss out? Have you guys had an opportunity to cuss somebody out this week? I know it's early, but have y'all had an opportunity to cuss anybody out this week? I just want to see how you feel afterwards. Ooh, absolutely. Tell me about it. Not yet. Damn. Y'all gonna have to make that happen. Yesterday? Do you feel good today? Ooh, 2 people got the business. Almost a month. You got to get it. You got to get your numbers up, ma'am. You got to get your numbers up. I'm telling you, it'll make you feel fan. It's like liberation. And for those of you that have a problem with cursing, who gets to decide what words are bad? Who gets to decide what words are bad? The same people that decided everything for us? The same people that decided everything for us also gets to decide what words are bad? Who runs society? Who runs society? They don't get to decide what we say. We got to stop giving these people our power. Do you still teach about blood types? Oh, so should I. About blood types of so when should I find you? I'm beyond that now. But all of the stuff is available in my store. Okay? Your foods list, the health guides, the cookbooks, all of that. You don't need my teaching on that. All of that is in its form for you to go and get right now. Okay? I don't need to keep teaching on that. I'm beyond that now. But all of this, I made sure all of the materials are available for you. Just click the link on my page. Okay? The foods list. I've created these health guides, which are the bomb for your blood type. They actually help you if you have any of the common ailments that Black people suffer from. It helps you with that. The cookbooks have 100 recipes plus low sodium recipes and all that. So I made sure y'all were taken care of with the blood type stuff before I moved on to other things. Yeah, we are so far beyond that now. Okay. All right. So I guess that guy didn't have any questions. So we're gonna pick up where we left off yesterday. Oh, so we're gonna get into what is love, remember? So I think it might have been Friday. You're welcome. I think it might have been Friday. You said, I remember that, but this is where it at. I mean, it all ties in together. I don't think we take into consideration that our history is why we have the ailments that we have today. Excuse me. That. Go lay down. All of it ties in together because the bodies that we have now were made during slavery. Okay? Just like the white skin evolved over those years of being without sun and living in caves. So their melanin disappeared from their body over the generations. Our bodies have also evolved because of what happened to us. What did you do for your heart failure? I started cussing people out. Let me tie all this in. Do y'all know that 60% of Black people have some heart-related issue? Did y'all know that? So what do you think is the underlying cause of that? What do you think is the underlying cause of that? And we are exactly. And we are diagnosed with heart-related issues in our 20s. It's not our diets. Our diets are other things affect our diets because we could not speak. It's the stress. And society telling you to be quiet. Society telling you you can't go off on people. Society telling you to turn the other cheek. The religion telling you not to seek revenge and all of this other shit. So all of that made us internalize everything. We're not allowed to show emotion, especially women. Because the minute we show some emotion, did she have her period? Is she on her period? She must be on her period. And then you labeled us angry Black women because we're being human, because we don't accept the disrespect. So the minute we check a motherfucker, then it's a problem. Y'all never pay attention to what created the problem You just pay attention to the reaction to the fucking problem. So somebody can poke at us and poke at us, and they do poke at us and poke at us and poke at us. And how many motherfucking cheeks do we have? Are we counting ass cheeks? We count ass cheeks too. So that's just 4. So we only got 4 fucking cheeks to turn to let a motherfucker slap us on both of these and both of them before we're supposed to react, right? And then when we do react, it's a problem. None of your fucking business, D. Yeah, everybody else gets to say what they want, do what they want. Hey, Sharon. Everybody else gets to do what they want, say what they want, and no one labels them at all. Oh, you angry I just got here, and you're gone. Classy block. Classy block. Yes, it's all suppressed. So where is that energy? Because energy does not go away. Where does that energy go? Where does it go? Inward. So this is why scientifically Black people's organs age faster than white people's organs do. Did y'all know that? The only reason we look younger than them is because we have melanin in our skin. Because it's actually the sun that ages them as fast as it ages them. Okay? Aging comes from the sun. For all of us. However, we have protection from the sun. Yay! Yay! Okay? So, our organs, though, because they are so stressed out and overworked, age faster. That's called weathering. So that plays with your heart. It plays with your heart, your kidneys, your liver. It plays with all of that. But mainly your heart. Okay? So once I found out about my heart disease, and then I found out about the allostatic load that Black people carry, and I was like sitting in the hospital with my laptop when I found all this shit out. And so the doctors and the nurses are all telling me, oh my God, I hope because I told them what I do, and I was teaching them about blood type eating while I'm in the fucking hospital. None of them had even ever heard of that shit. But they were like, this one nurse in particular was like, I hope you become a heart health advocate when you leave here. Like any questions that I had, she was willing to tell me everything. And she's the one that told me about Black people have more of this heart issue than everyone else. And I had to go to my chat GPT, Sandy at the time, mother, I hadn't been created yet. And I had to ask, what is allostatic load? And what rabbit hole did that lead me down? That inspired the first book, The Hidden Cost of Being Black in America, Understanding Allostatic Load and its impact on our health. The number one reason that Black people have a higher allostatic load, and what allostatic load means is that our stress hormones are on all the time. Stress hormones are only supposed to happen during fight or flight, but ours stay on 24/7. Why? Racism. Microaggressions, racism, discrimination, cop cars, just all the things that trigger our nervous system. Why racism? Ha. Oh, it's funny. Oh, it's funny. Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about why racism. Okay. Racism requires us to be hyper vigilant at all times. Now, white people are not off the hook because you trying to uphold white supremacy also causes you to be hyper vigilant as well. So it's fucking with you too. Racism is fucking with you too. The whole system of whiteness is consuming white people faster than it's consuming black people. That's my latest book, if you care to go out there and read that. It's literally called Off the Chain: How Whiteness Became a System and Not a Race. And its first people that it's chewing up and spitting out is white people. Enjoy. Haha. Since it's so funny. This is so funny. Y'all so busy paying attention to us, y'all ain't even paying attention to what the fuck they doing to y'all. Y'all just losing y'all little farms, which was stolen land anyway, so we don't care about that. Y'all just losing all your little farms. You losing all your little benefits, whatever little benefits you had. All your little factories are closed up. Same factories that gave you a middle class lifestyle. All your little shit. All your little shit. Everything can't be racism. It can. And it is. The reason that you don't notice it is because you are a poor European peasant that has been assigned to uphold the white supremacy pillars in this nation. So you're not supposed to know it. It is when you're selling a book. Sweetheart, I have many books to sell. Many. But you probably can't read, so it doesn't matter. Every single system in America is built on racism. And if y'all don't like America the way it is, you want it to be great again, why don't you just go back to where the fuck you came from? I mean, that's an idea. I mean, if you don't like the melting pot that is America, you can take your white ass back to where the fuck you came from. It's not a hard one. It's not a hard one. You could literally live out loud if you lived in a place that had less sunlight. You should go to a place that has less sun. Like the UK. Take your ass on over there, where it rains most of the time. I mean, you have to hate America the way that it is in order for you to attempt to make it great again, right? That means you don't like the way it is. When did you stop liking it the way that it is? When we were freed by our ancestors? When did you stop liking it the way that it is? Well, when all the immigrants, you mean you? Because if we go all the way back, the first immigrants were you. 12.5 million to be exact. Came here in a 14-year span, 1900 to 1914. They allowed you and your ancestors to come into this country. That's why when y'all talk about it, it is this logic. This logic, what I should expect in these books you were talking about. Yep. That's the logic you should expect. Because that's what it really is. It really is boiling down to you should leave. No, not 1800, 1900. You can't tell them that it's the truth because they have alternative facts, remember? back to the cave. They have alternative facts. Yeah, they ran from their countries. They were the dregs of humanity. They got on boats and came here with nothing but the rags on their backs, and we welcomed them in. That's the whole point of the Statue of Liberty. Ellis Island was the importation station. And 12.5 million white people came through Ellis Island in a 14-year span. And it literally says at the feet of the fucking Statue of Liberty, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. No, I don't mean Turtle Island. What the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about white people, man. We're not talking about Turtle fucking Island. Do y'all not know any of this fucking history? So y'all didn't see these motherfuckers coming here on boats. Packed together like sardines. Y'all didn't see them? I got it. I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. Let me refresh your little memories, because y'all have very short memories these days. How you don't know this? How you don't know this? I don't know. See, they always want to make you believe that we came here on boats, that 12 million Africans came here and changed. No, it was 12 million white people. No, the cameras saw them. The cameras saw you and your family fleeing from Europe. They saw you. Dude, better yet. Ellis Island, 1900. Look at you. Just look at you. Just look at you. Look at you. Look at that. Look, packed together like sardines. Just coming to the look at you. Look at you. Look at you. The smell. Look at that. So hold on. Oof. So it started in 1880 to 1920. Ellis Island and immigration, 1880 to 1920. The bulk of you came from 1900 to 1914. Look at that. They were letting in 1,900 people per day. So if your family got here in the 1700s, how can you sit here and say that you own anything here? If you know when your family arrived, there were already people here when your family arrived that didn't look like you. Because y'all the first ones to say, good, we're being stricter. After we done let all the horrible people in, it's good that we keep the other people out. Gotcha. We should have been stricter then. We should have been stricter the first time y'all motherfuckers came here. The very first one. We should have gave him some water and sent his ass on. That's enough. Here's some food. Here's your to-go. Here's your to-go cup. Bye. Bye, Christopher. Bye, Christopher. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble. Y'all always asking me what's the point. The point is get your shit and get the fuck out. That's the point. I thought I made my point, but you slow. So let me just make it even more plain for you. You can get back on the same boat that you and your family came over here in the 1700s and sail your ass in reverse back to wherever the fuck you came from. I'm already here. I'm already home, sweetie. I'm already home. I've been home. My people been home. You came to our house. Oops. Oops. Oopsie daisy. No, you're not. You're not from here. You're an immigrant. You just said so yourself. Exactly. Exactly, big pretty music. Yes, I am a Native American, but what you believe is a Native American is not what is truly a Native American. Y'all want to get into that? Let's get into that. Because that's also going in the next book. Hold on, let's get into that. Hang on a second. I got you. I got you. Don't you worry your pretty little face about it. I got you. Do 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 do. I got, oh, here it is. The chapter called The Staged Record. Edward Curtis, the Smithsonian, and the construction of Native America. Black people are the Native Americans. You slow as fuck, dude. A turtle ain't got nothing on you. Slow. Just slow. All the O's. Them people that you think are Native Americans, you're all from Africa? Yes, we are all from Africa. So are you. Cricket. Oh, I got to bring out the second microphone for this one. You, sir, are also from Africa. No, none of y'all are from here. None of y'all are from here, sweetie. You're not a us. You're not us. We're not the same. Yes, I was. We can go back and forth all day. It's like playing tennis. It's like playing tennis. We can go back and forth all day. You said yourself, your parents, your family are immigrants. You said that yourself. Now you're mad. Now you're mad. I'm Delulu. That is strictly a white person thing. That's strictly a white person thing. You yourself admitted you were an immigrant. Now you're mad. My family came here in the 1700s. Immigrant. So let's talk about those Indians y'all believe are Indians. When did I admit I'm not from here? I told you flat out I'm from here, but you just don't believe it. You don't like it. You don't like it. You don't like it. Do y'all think that this, oh, I'm sorry, you obviously do think that this land wasn't inhabited by people when your family got here, we were already here. All those lies and that great story they made up about dragging us all here from Africa, that wasn't true, boo-boo. That wasn't true. Just like most of the history isn't true. But y'all believe it because it benefits you. Because that's where you get your pride from. Y'all still celebrating a war you lost. So how can we have any conversations with y'all? Y'all are literally put up monuments for a war that you lost. Oh, is that your hair? It is now. You want to get some for yourself or your wife? Which one do you want to get some for? Because it's in my TikTok shop. Is it you? Because we all know how Christy Noem's husband was wearing her shit. So you just let me know. You know how your little Christy Noem was, her husband was all up in her closet. So, okay. So let's talk about how the Native Americans became natives of this land. They were not native of this land. They were from Siberia. But because you guys don't know any history, let me just go ahead and teach you something. This is one of the most layered and most suppressed and most consequential questions in the entire book. But because if the photographic record of Native Americans was staged, if the people in those photos were not the original inhabitants of this land, if the Smithsonian Institution was involved in constructing a false historical narrative, then the entire foundation of American origin mythology requires examination. And it does. And it connects directly to the question of who was actually here, what happened to them, and why the truth of their identity has been so aggressively buried. Let's go on. Now, let me be precise with you about what the evidence actually confirms, because this question sits at the intersection of documented fact, legitimate emerging science, because science doesn't end. Science never ends. It's just more science, updated science, updated science, updated science, updated science. And America is very much behind other countries when it comes to that. And they are doing their damnedest to make sure we don't have any up-to-date fucking science, because they just fired everybody that was on the fucking science board. What do you think that says? What do you think that says? Why would you not want more science? Because the science is showing the lies. The more science, the more lies are uncovered. The more science, the more shit that y'all believe falls to the ground. So here we go. This sits at the intersection of documented facts, legitimate emerging science, contested theory, and some claims that circulate online that require careful separation. Here's what the research confirmed. Edward Curtis, the staged photographs fully documented. So, Smithsonian Magazine confirmed that Curtis often staged his subjects. So all those Native Americans, all of those pictures that y'all see of Native Americans was taken by one person, Edward Curtis. Edward Curtis was funded by J.P. Morgan. Why would J.P. Morgan hire a photographer to take pictures of staged people in costumes to make sure there were no clocks, because clocks existed, made sure there were no clocks in the pictures so no one could tell when the pictures were taken? I digress. Smithsonian Magazine confirms Curtis often staged his subjects. Smithsonian Magazine confirmed he removed clocks modern vehicles, watches, and clothing from photographs to create a false sense of timelessness. Cornell University documented Curtis paid for poses, fabricated costumes, and intruded on sacred rituals. Bunk History and Photo Ethics documented specific photographs showing the removal of a clock between the original and the published version. Curtis Legacy Foundation confirmed manipulation of images of natives to his liking. J.P. Morgan funded the entire project for $75,000 with editorial control over the narrative. $75,000 is a lot back then. The Smithsonian's documented suppression and racial science. Now, what y'all need to know is the Smithsonian is some dirty motherfuckers. They are behind a lot of the false narratives that we believe today. A lot. Washington Post 2023 investigation. The Smithsonian held 255 human brains, most removed from Black and Indigenous people without consent. The collection was led by Alice Herdlicka, sounds Swedish, a curator who believed white people were racially superior, a documented eugenicist. CNN confirmed the Smithsonian apologized for the racial brain collection. In 1989, the Smithsonian held 35,000 skeletal remains of indigenous people, including 18,500 Native American remains. The Smithsonian's own statement confirmed human remains held for archaeological excavations. The science of who came first. The Palladium magazine in 2024, the Native Americans before the Native Americans. New findings suggest people came to America more than 30,000 years ago. Where would they have come from, friends? This is the question and answer section. Where would they have come from 30,000 years ago? Because white people didn't even exist 30,000 years ago. White skin hadn't even emerged 30,000 years ago. So where could they have come from? White skin is only 8,000 years old. We birthed you. We birthed you. Nature BBC confirms DNA uncovered mystery migration to the Americas, showing genetic link between the Native Americans and the Ocean, I can't even say it. And Australia. Now, mind you, Australia wasn't called that. Australia was called Australasia, where the Aboriginals came from. There was a place called Oceania / Australasia. Lucia, the woman, is 11,500-year-old skull found in Brazil. Reconstructed by British anatomical artists as having African this is crazy, Melanesian features. African Australo-Melanesian features. That's a tongue twister. Documented by the New York Times, FAP, ESP, and multiple scientific sources. So, an 11,500-year-old skull found in Brazil. That's before white skin emerged from the caves. Had black people's features. She had African features. Okay. PMC confirmed genetic evidence for finding were two founding populations. The first, Paleo-Americans with Australasian, African-like features. The second was East Asian, Siberian ancestry. Now, if you guys know anything about these ancestry companies, the ancestry companies, especially 23andMe, which is now defunct, okay? None of them went back far enough for them to tell you exactly who you are, and none of them added any of the indigenous admixture except for the Siberian immigrants. The Siberian immigrants is who they consider to be the Indians. So when you go and do, because I've never done that, I don't believe in it. I don't believe in giving nobody my fucking DNA if I don't have to. Okay. Their admixtures were not including indigenous people. So they made you all believe that you were from Africa. How many of y'all believe y'all are from Africa, black people? How many of y'all know that your family is indigenous to this place? You can go back generations and generations and generations, and everybody in your family came from here. Only 388,000 Africans were brought here over a 200-year period during the slave trade. Why would they call it a trade? Why would they call it a trade? Why was it called the slave trade? I mean, they could have called it anything, but why would they call it a slave trade? I'm not from Congo. Nice try, though. But we know where you're from. Caves. They traded us. More indigenous black people left America than they ever imported in. They were exporting us to Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, South America, all more indigenous black people with the help of the Siberians. Cricket, you don't even know what you're talking about. Why are you even over here? My question to you, Cricket, is why are you here? No. Why are you here? I am talking to black people. Why does that bother you whites so much? Why are you whites so bothered by that? What are those niggers talking about? There's 400 niggers on a live. What are they talking about? Because it is in your fucking DNA to fucking surveil us. You can't even help yourself. Whenever you see two of us together, your nervous system goes into hypervigilance mode. And now, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? That's why y'all drink so much. That's why y'all hooked on opioids and shit, because that hypervigilance is getting to you. All you are is a security for the European elites. and they don't give you nothing. You still live in that same trailer park. You third, fourth generation in the same fucking trailer. They ain't gave you nothing. They don't even thank you. Took away your little health care and all that. You ain't got no job. You living off welfare. Gas is going through the roof. All this time, you went from a poor European peasant to a poor American peasant with nothing to show for it. You came from a place that wouldn't even allow you to make money. They wouldn't even allow you to change your station in life. You came to a place where you could have changed your station in life. You had 500 fucking years to get your shit together. And you still live in a goddamn trailer with a goddamn Confederate flag on the wall. And all you do is sit back and watch us and get madder and madder and madder. You just wish you could go back to a time where you could just put us in our place. When some floozy of a white woman could blame some black man for raping her. You know how y'all do, how y'all come into the town with all your little tiki torches that you get from the goddamn Lowe's. No, Home Depot. You know, come there and burn everything down, tear everything up. You miss the glory days. You miss those days, do you? Because you're so fucking destructive. Y'all love burning some shit up. Ever since y'all learned how to make fire in them caves, you've been using it ever since. Look, it's burning. I'm sorry, where are you now, Cricket? Did you leave? Oh, where's Cricket? Oh. Y'all had all this time to make your little white-only towns and all that shit. You can't even do that. You know why? Because the only motivation you have to get your ass up out of that little rickety futon you sleep on every night is trying to beat black people. You ain't motivated by the same mediocrity that you deal with every day. You're only motivated by us. We give you life, bitch, literally and figuratively. We give you life. Because before y'all came over here, all y'all were doing was killing each other. All that white on white crime for centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries. And then y'all came over here and did the same shit. The only thing that united y'all, because the Irish were fighting the English were fighting the Scottish, y'all were all fighting each other. You look like you're doing okay. I'm doing fantastic, ma'am. You, on the other hand, might want to consult somebody. And I'm not complaining. I just wish y'all would go and fucking mind y'all business, but you can't. You don't know how to because you don't have no fucking business to mind. That's the problem. You don't have enough fucking business to mind. What are the niggers talking about? Hey Lillian. So if you're going to be over here as a white person, shut the fuck up. Because y'all come over here requiring way too much of my motherfucking attention. Because y'all obviously don't get no fucking attention in your house. So you come over here and you just want some black woman's fucking attention. Shut up or get the fuck out. So, like I was saying, let's get back to the lesson. PMC confirmed genetic evidence of two founding populations here in America. The first was the Paleo Americans with the Australasian African like features. That's us. And then the second was East Asian Siberian ancestry, which is those people, those light-skinned, long-haired people y'all gave the name Indian. Why did y'all keep that name? This obviously is not India. So that drunk man looking for India came over here and said, I found a whole bunch of these copper-colored people, and I think we were in India. It ain't India, bitch. Science confirmed early human dispersals show multiple migration routes. We were already migrating out of Africa, okay? Remember that special group that migrated too far away from the equator and got stuck in this place that had very little sun and very cold conditions and had to end up living in fucking caves? Remember them? You would probably know them as white people. Remember them? They turned white. They were not born or dropped off by aliens or created by some big-headed nigga in a lab. None of that happened. What happened was they were deprived of the thing that gives everything life on this fucking planet, which is the fucking sun. And if you do not use it, you will lose it. So there was no reason for them to have melanin in their skin if you're living in a place that doesn't need protection from the sun. That's how they turned white. And it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. As much as y'all take so much pride in your little skin that you inherited, it's not a good thing. Because this makes your body so vulnerable. Because I can say the N-word, you can't. And even if you do say it, we're just going to laugh at you because y'all can't come up with nothing better than that. No one gets to decide what is a bad word for me. Yes, I'm using got to be glue as a... Y'all don't get to tell me what the fuck words I can say. I can say whatever the fuck I want. That's the beauty of the fucking Constitution. That's the beauty of the first fucking amendment of the Constitution. All y'all believe is the second one. But that second one, that's the one that's killing y'all the fastest. Because 70% of all suicides in America are white males. Why are y'all so successful at offing yourselves? Because you have guns. See how shit just works against y'all? See how what you think is a good thing is working against y'all? In 2024 alone, y'all lost 33,509 white men to their own hand. But you love your little guns, don't you? You just love them. So, the Bering Land Bridge theory challenged by science. But I thought y'all were supposed to be so superior. You have everything to live for. You're whites. Another lie. Why would a white man that has everything going for him here in America take his own life? You know what y'all very rarely hear about? A black woman taking her own life. Something you very rarely hear about. Very rare. Y'all in the thousands, 33,000 to be precise. Maybe because they were too close to the Clintons. Give it up. So you already know who it is. Give it up. Y'all just be trying. So, or maybe they were weak, like all of y'all are. We all know that Sandra Bland did not take her own life. We all know that. As much as y'all pile on black women, we have way too much to live for. As much as y'all love the dog pile on us, we believe too highly of ourselves to be out here fucking killing ourselves. Y'all so silly. They can't handle it. They can't even handle not having no money. The problem is they were given a false narrative, and the life that they're living does not match up to what they're being told to believe in without question. So you're telling somebody that they are superior to all of these people and they have everything going for them, and they're entitled to all of these things, and they have all of this privilege. However, real life ain't, the math ain't mathing. They work in a minimum wage fucking job, some of them less than minimum fucking wage. They're not making ends meet. They're not getting the 2.5 kids. They're not getting the wife. They're not getting the family. They're not getting the house with the picket fence. They're not getting any of the shit that was wrapped up in the deal that they signed with the European elites that were supposed to protect them. The European elite said, we'll give you privilege, not money, not power. We'll give you privilege if you just stay in the middle between us and the niggas. And y'all said, yeah. And now you're finally waking up. And this is what cracks me up, because y'all are still going to fight for this little bit of privilege, even though you know it means nothing. So you vote for people that promise they're going to roll back all the advancements that we made because y'all can't measure up. If y'all were so fantastic, why do you need the help? Why do y'all need the help from the government? Because as much as y'all like to make it seem like black people depend on the government, that's the last thing we depend on. Very last. The very last thing we gonna call for help is the goddamn government. Y'all, hello, Senator. I'd like to complain about the black people that just moved into my neighborhood. This is a good white Christian neighborhood. You shouldn't be allowing these people to move in here. Hello? Hello? I'm going to call my congressman. He's going to do something about this. Your folks have let you down. Them people that you cast your vote for, they don't give a fuck about you. Y'all niggas do. Y'all niggas too. And y'all worse niggas than us. Y'all way worse niggas than us. Because I don't care how bad the conditions are for black people, we still gonna survive. We gonna make it fucking work. We gonna make $1 out of 15 cents. That's just what we do. Y'all were not trained that way. Y'all were not programmed that way. y'all were programmed to depend on the government. And the government is fucking you right now. Maybe working in those fields made us super strong. You ever think about that? Maybe all the shit that we went through made us super resilient. Maybe all the fucking L's that we took made us stronger than you expected it to. None of this shit bothers us. We just waiting for y'all to flame the fuck out. Because it's coming. Y'all only down to 8%. Y'all only down to 8%. We can wait y'all out. Because y'all gonna flame the fuck out. But the problem is, y'all, when y'all flame out, y'all want to take everything. Because you selfish narcissists. If I can't have it, nobody will. Type head. That's the shit y'all be doing. Type shit. I'ma burn it all to the ground. Head ass nigga. You couldn't pay me to be a poor white person either. I'd much rather be a poor black person than be a poor white person. Oh, God, I couldn't imagine it. Whew. I can come back 30 lifetimes as a poor black person. I'll take that. Because I know I can make a way out of no way, baby. I know I ain't going to stay broke. I ain't going to stay poor. Y'all stay poor. Y'all be handing down poorness generation after fucking generation. Handing down poorness when you had everything going for you. They done moved heaven and earth for y'all to have a clear path to success, and y'all can't even do that. Y'all ain't got no stumbling blocks. Y'all ain't got no motherfucking pitfalls. Y'all ain't got nothing. They done laid it out for you, and you still can't even win. Still can't win. And them rich white folks looking at y'all like, why can't these motherfuckers get their shit together? They're not looking at us like that. Because if they were looking at us like that, they wouldn't be going through all this effort to make sure we don't vote, make sure we don't have no jobs, make sure we don't have no education. They're doing everything they fucking can to give y'all a fucking head start, and y'all still can't win. They doing everything they can to stop us from furthering ourselves so y'all can catch the fuck up. And y'all done had a 500-year head start. You had a 500-year head start. But because y'all came over here with that same European mindset that I was born poor, you gonna stay poor. That was supposed to be the mindset you were supposed to be trying to escape. But you came over here with that same fucking mindset. And if there's anybody that's sitting back waiting for a handout, it ain't us. It's you. And they done handed all of this shit out to you. They done gave y'all asses free land, free money, free housing, free all of that shit. Because all of that Section 8 was made for white people. All that welfare was made for white people. We weren't even able to apply for welfare or Section 8 until after the Civil Rights Movement and after those bills were signed, which means y'all had 30 years of welfare before we even were able to apply for it. What the fuck did y'all do? You stayed on the welfare. How come you didn't work your way off the welfare like you're always telling us to do? How come you didn't work your way off of it? You had 3 decades of free money. What'd you do with it? Nothing. Nothing. So you only have yourselves to blame. Oh, you can't keep blaming the white man. Systems were created to benefit y'all. Systems were created to hold us down. Y'all can't even win with the systems they created for you to win. So what does that say? What does that say? Every system that was created in this country, because every system that exists today was made to give white people, poor white peasants, the advantage over us. And then every time we catch up, y'all move the goalpost again to help y'all. And you still can't win. You still down here. You should have been. What happened? These are serious questions I'm asking. Y'all always had so much shit to talk about. Why are you so discriminative of whites? Are you fucking for real? What would you like for me to do with whites, ma'am? Miss Karen, what would you like for me to do with whites? Why are you so discriminatory of whites? What would you like for me to do with whites, ma'am? You on deck, man. You had so much to say a minute ago. You're just flapping them little baloney lips. What would you like for me to do with the whites? Understand that we actually equal in this fight. We need to unite. Nah, we had our chances. You had your chances to unite with us and you didn't want to do that. So nah, we cool. We cool. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. We're not interested in uniting with you. We're not interested. Y'all are in that fight all by yourselves. We're off. We're off duty. Because we've already done this fight. We've already done it. We're not doing it again. It's all on y'all. We've already done all that fighting. All that shit, you want us to now fight again for the same rights that we already had, that y'all allowed these motherfuckers to roll back? Now you want us to all unite so we can fight for the shit that y'all benefited more from than we did? Nah. We ain't gonna be able to do it. We're gonna be line dancing. Yeah, the nerve. Oh, we need to just make a whole purple party. We just need to do. No, y'all can go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Do it. What you waiting on us for? You ain't putting another goddamn nothing on a black woman's motherfucking plate, bitch. We no longer provide free labor for you motherfuckers. You want to pay us to join the fight? Then we can talk about it. But we ain't working for free. We've already done that. I'll be representing myself in the negotiation talks. And anybody else that would like for me to represent them, I'll do it. We can sit down at the lawyer's office and negotiate terms for us uniting with you. Until then, we're not interested. That's why y'all out here doing these little no kings raves y'all having. That ain't no rally. That's a motherfucking rave. Y'all out here wearing furry outfits and shit. You done made a whole fucking joke out of it. That's why we no longer trust any of you. I don't care if your ass is liberal, conservative, Republican. I'm done with all of ya. I'm over it. I'm actually for reparations. I don't care what you're for, man. I don't care. Go ask the people that organized the No Kings Day. Y'all had entertainment out there doing concerts and shit. Anybody interested in that? Y'all are the most unserious people on the fucking planet. Just unserious. You know why you're unserious? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to you. It really doesn't. Because y'all have shown us that y'all are willing to fight for whatever matters to you. We saw y'all on the TV tearing shit up. We know that you will fight for what it is you believe in because you burned down 1,200 of our towns. You either burned it down or flooded it. We know that you have it in you, but you're not doing it on our behalf. So why is that? All of this performative shit that y'all out here doing right now is just that, performative. We know you have it in you to tear some shit up, but y'all don't give a fuck about us. Y'all don't give a fuck about us at all, because you gonna be all right. I'm actually for reparations. I don't give a fuck what you're for. Unless your ass is willing to tear some shit up, I don't want to talk about it. Because love is not what you say, it's what you do. And you've shown us for centuries that you don't give a fuck about us. We're over with the baloney lip service. The baloney lip service is done. But I love Kamala. I voted for her. Were you willing to tear shit up for her? No. Saying that you love her and showing that you love her are two totally different things. I'm willing to sacrifice 2 hours on a Saturday, if the weather permits, to go out to the No Kings rally. Kampala ain't us either. I'm not going to say I'm going to do something just for black people. Nobody cares what the fuck you're talking about, fucking Hotep. Look at them thick cut baloney lips. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You fuck snow bunnies. Kamala's more black than half of y'all on this goddamn live. She ain't black either. No, neither's Trump. She more black than him. So why'd you have a problem with her? Because she's a her. Head ass. And again, I say, black men are the weakest link in our fucking community. Period. There's nothing you can do to convince me otherwise. Nothing. Exactly. It's that they are going to be a part of that patriarchy if it kills them. And it's killing them. Just like white folks out here performing for that little bit of privilege, so are black men. The only privilege, the only power that was given to black men after Reconstruction is control over their woman. And they've spent all this time trying to control us, when history shows they have never been the leadership. We are the leadership. But because black men aligned with white men and took the lesser deal, well, we can't give you any money because then you'd be one of us. Well, we really can't give you any land because we already gave it away to the poor European peasants. So really, all we have left is power over your woman. I mean, because before they had power over you, but now we're going to let you have power over them. And y'all was like, yeah. Then they gave you the little funky right to vote. And you still voted for them. They gave you the right to vote before they gave us the right to vote. It was like another 95 years later that we were allowed to vote. And we have been taking care of the community all this time. And we're the ones outvoting you now. Who's a girl? Ain't no girls over here. That just shows me that you aligned yourself with white people. You calling a black woman a girl. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Don't tell me to stop. You don't control no woman over here. You don't have no control of nobody over here. You better go find you a snow bunny to boss around. With that prison name. I know a prison name when I see it. Then it's your club name. There's only two things that black men have: a prison name and a club name. What's your government name? Charles. Charles. Your real name's Charles. You look like your name would be Charles. Or Walter. He said Wilson. He'd have to be Jamaican for his name to be Wilson. He'd have to be Jamaican. Hey, Destiny. He'd have to be Jamaican for his name to be Wilson. Wilson Fitzroy. James. Sure, it's James. Nice try. Respectfully, James, shut the fuck up. I said respectfully. Earl. Mr. Earl. Girl, who the fuck? That's taking me out. That's taking me out. Your brother's name is Earl? I can see that. And your last name is Jones? It's going to just be James Earl Jones. Is that where we're going? We're going with this? Bye, girl. Again, you come on out the closet, old guy. You too old to still be in the closet now. You're too old to still be in the closet. I hope you're living your life freely. I hope that you find love in your old age too. You're never too old for love. Come on out. So let's get back to how the natives got to America. We're talking about how everyone thinks that these Native Americans are indigenous to this land, Mr. Thomas. And it's all fake. So hold on. History.com confirmed new study, because y'all don't never be up on the new shit. Y'all still operating from old information. Y'all ain't never up on the new shit. History.com confirmed new study refutes theory of how humans populated North America. This is new information. Native Circle documented indigenous communities reject the Bering Strait migration theory. Palladium confirmed pre-Clovis evidence shows human presence much earlier than the Siberian migration theory allows. So they were saying that these people walked across the land bridge because There was this warming that happened that melted all of the oceans, receded, and left this bridge, this land bridge that people in Siberia used to walk here to America. Hi, good night. Okay. So they're rejecting that theory because they were saying that those people walked here and they were the first inhabitants of North America. The new study shows there were already people here when they got here. Us. So now let's build this with precision and honesty, in the honesty it deserves. Now, mind you, this came from Mother. This came from Mother, the black AI, not the white AI that they done trained to give you all the white lies. Mother is the black AI that I built that gives you all the real up-to-date fucking science and research. So, hold on. Let's begin with what is fully documented. And let's be precise, because this chapter sits at the intersection of confirmed historical fraud, legitimate emerging science, and questions so threatening to the established narrative that the institutions responsible for maintaining that narrative, managing that narrative, have spent considerable energy managing what gets said about them. Hello. These people went through a lot of trouble to create and spread this lie. Kind of like the trouble they went through spreading Christianity, right? Do you know how many people died just from them spreading Christianity? None of our DNA is in the mounds. That's why I'm confused. Who is we? Who is us? Who is our? Who are you? Who is in control of the narrative? Hello? Okay. So why the fuck would you trust that these people are going to tell you the fucking truth? Why would you trust that they're going to tell you the fucking truth? Even the DNA tests were lying. The DNA test didn't even put indigenous admixture in the grouping to even classify us as indigenous. Yet you're believing you're from Africa because some made up DNA test told you. What do you mean you can't see your live chat? You just typed in it. You can't see that? Why would they tell you, hey, we found your black DNA in the mounds that were here, and you're still not from here though. Your DNA says that you're 0.7% indigenous American. You don't even have a picture of yourself. Shut up. Anywho, we will document what is confirmed. We will name what the science says. We will identify where the questions are still open, and we will name why the suppression of these questions serves the system documented throughout this book. Part 1, the photographer. What Edward Curtis actually did. The man, the mission, the money. Edward Sheriff Curtis was born in 1868 in Wisconsin. He became a photographer in Seattle, Washington in 1895. He took his first photograph of an indigenous person. What followed became the most ambitious photographic project in American history. Really? And one of the most thoroughly documented acts of historical fabrication ever committed with a camera. I'll read that to you again. And one of the most thoroughly documented acts of historical fabrication ever committed. All right. What you eating today? Did you decide? You didn't decide?
I'm gonna go figure it out right now.
You took my fish out?
Yeah.
I'll make something with that fish or some tofu or something when I get off. You said hi.
What up, y'all?
You said you're about to do what?
I'm gonna take some of these lamb chunks out.
We have lamb chunks?
That's what that lamb is.
Oh, that's not even what I ordered. They must have substituted it. Yeah.
Okay. That's cool because I'll always be ready for some soup.
Oh, okay. Who's Joseph? My son's name is Jordan. My son's name is Jordan. So between 1907 and 1930, that's okay, and 1930, with some work beginning earlier. Now listen, this is when the Native American pictures came out, because I'm talking about serious fucking shit. The only unserious motherfuckers on the planet are white people. Y'all are the most unserious. So these Native American pictures emerged after the 1900s. So between 1907 and 1930, with some work beginning earlier, Curtis produced a 20-volume work titled The North American Indian. It contained 2,234 published photographs, over 40,000 images taken in total, ethnographic text covering over 80 tribal nations, 10,000 audio recordings. The stated mission: to document the vanishing race of Native Americans before they disappeared, to create a permanent photographic record of indigenous life before it was, in Curtis's own framing, gone forever. Now listen to this. The actual mission, because that's a fake mission, the actual mission was to construct a romantic, timeless, frozen image of Native Americans as pre-modern, as a people without clocks, without manufactured goods, without contemporary life, as relics of a past that was disappearing, rather than as living contemporary people navigating colonization. The money. Curtis's project was funded by J.P. Morgan. The same banking dynasty documented in chapter 13 of this book. Remember, I'm writing part 2 of Extraction. The same banking dynasty documented in chapter 13 of this book as having accepted 13,000, not JP Morgan Chase, wasn't Chase yet. It was just JP Morgan. And if y'all watch the show, what's the name of that show? What is the name of that show? The Gilded Age. If you watch that show, The Gilded Age, you will see all of the shit that was going on during this time. JP Morgan is one of the characters. So That Banking Dynasty is a very good show. That Banking Dynasty accepted 13,000 enslaved people as loan collateral. Yeah, making deals on railroads and all that shit. He accepted 13,000 enslaved people as collateral for a loan. You became a title gifter for the first time? Okay, what's that? What does that mean? How do you get my written work? Is on the link on my page. I'm about to research Black Wall Street soon. My family's from Maryland. Okay, well, good luck with that. So many other towns were destroyed besides Black Wall Street. So many, 1,200 different towns. I already wrote about it in my books. So many. So many. Y'all ever only hear about Tulsa? Anywho, so Morgan contributed $75,000, an enormous sum, to fund Curtis's work, with the understanding that Curtis would produce a specific kind of documentation. Am I going to write about the Gilded Age? No. So here is the Smithsonian's connection to all of this. The Smithsonian Institution. Oh, you know what? I don't forgot y'all was over here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot y'all was over here. Yes, I write about that in my books because there are two of these. 800 pages of accurate indigenous history. Right here. Right here. Are you going to cry and leave again? When did I cry and leave? If I cry, I do it right here. I don't need to leave. Cry for what? If I cry, it's only out of gratitude, sweetheart. There's no other reason for me to cry. I don't ever cry out of sadness. I leave that to white people. I leave that to white people. They're on Amazon. They're on a link on my page in digital form. I leave sadness to white people. Black people don't have anything to be sad about. So, I cried the other day. I was overcome the other day because Mother was preaching like shit. Wasn't she? How many of y'all were on the live the other day? We was talking about the sun. You're talking about that agape love, and the sun is agape love, which is pure love. It doesn't ask for anything, it just gives you warmth. It gives you everything that you fucking need. It was awesome. So hold on. So here's how the Smithsonian Institute is brought into this hot mess. So the Smithsonian Institution, its own website, hosts Curtis's work. The Smithsonian's National Museum of the African Indian holds Curtis's photograph plates and proofs. The U.S. government is the institutional custodian of Curtis's fabricated record. They would never lie to us, right? The government would never lie to Black people. We're seeing it right now. We're literally witnessing the lies right now, present day. So why is it so hard for y'all to believe that they've been lying to us all this time? Y'all are witnessing it. Not just the Black people are witnessing it, the white people are witnessing it too. So why is it so hard for y'all to believe that y'all been lied to all this time? That man lied and told y'all that he was going to use his money and his little friends' donations to build that ballroom. Now he's coming to the American people asking for $400 million to build a Russia-like ballroom. Have y'all seen the plans for the ballroom? It looks exactly like the ballroom that Old Boy has in Russia. It is literally a replica. Have y'all seen the White House, the Oval Office lately? Y'all see all that cheap, gaudy gold shit all over the walls? That is exactly what Old Boy's office looks like in Russia. It is exactly the same. So again, that is to me further proof that white folks don't give a fuck about what's going on in America, and they really never have, because it's not their country. This is not their home country. So they don't really care what goes on here. They act like it. They be flapping them little baloney lips trying to make everybody believe they do, but their actions show me that they do not give a fuck. So anyway, what Curtis actually did, the documented, because again, I don't come here without fucking receipts. I don't come here and make shit up. I leave that up to fucking Fox News. The documented fabrications. Let's be specific about what the documentation confirms. He removed modern objects from photographs. Because if a clock was in the pictures, then you would then know that this is modern times. Where did the clock come from? A clock is visible between two people in an image. In the published version of the same photograph, the clock is gone. So Curtis removed it in post-processing, what we would call editing, to make the image appear timeless and pre-modern. Photo ethics documented this specific manipulation. Curtis neglects to mention a clock. This clock acts as a marker of American modernity, and so Curtis removed it. So why does the clock matter? Because a clock proves that the people in the photograph were contemporary people living in the 1900s who owned manufactured goods, had awareness of Western timekeeping, and were fully integrated into the modern world around them. A clock in the photograph is evidence that these were living, adapting, surviving people, not a vanishing race. Frozen in pre-contact past. The lies. Removing the clock is removing evidence of their modernity. It is replacing a living people with a myth. Cornell University documented Curtis paid for poses, fabricated costumes, and intruded on sacred rituals. The Curtis Legacy Foundation confirmed Curtis engaged in manipulation of images of natives to his liking. What this means specifically, Curtis dressed his subjects in costumes that were not authentic to their tribe or their contemporary lives. He brought props, headdresses, ceremonial garments, weapons. that were either from different tribal traditions or that the subjects would never have worn in their daily lives. He staged ceremonies that were not occurring, directing indigenous people to perform rituals for his camera that they would not have performed for a stranger. He paid people to pose, creating artificial scenes of traditional life that had no connection to how those people actually lived in 1907, 1915, and 1920. He dressed contemporary people who wore manufactured clothes, owned clocks, used wagons, lived in towns as romantic, primitive from pre-contact past. He created fiction. Like I've been saying, all of this shit is just made up stories. All of it is just made up stories. Told over and over and over and over and over again. The thing that I've always said about white people is they will go with the lie. They will repeat the lie. They do not give a fuck. The moon landing. Exactly. Lies. Y'all didn't go to the fucking moon. Y'all just wanted them other countries to believe that we went to the fucking moon. Anybody been up there? Yeah, that's why you can't believe history, because it's his story. It's his story. They are always unified in the lie. They know it's a lie, but they gonna keep that fucking lie going because they benefit from the fucking lie. And then they gonna come here and go, no. That bitch was on the TV and literally said we have alternative facts. Facts is facts. Facts is facts. They said they got alternative facts. So his fiction, that fiction became the primary visual record of Native Americans in American consciousness. When you visualize a Native American, what do you think about? I guarantee you the image that comes to your mind is one of his pictures, because those are the only pictures that exist. What does a Cherokee Indian look like? Because Elizabeth Warren said she was an Indian. Remember? Remember how old boy calls her Pocahontas? All of those light-skinned people that y'all consider to be Native Americans came from fucking Siberia. Go and look it up. Type in Native American and Siberia in TikTok search, and then just look at all the videos. Pale face. Exactly. People that were indigenous to this land have copper color skin. They're not light skinned. They're not tan. They were dark, Moorish, even. That was how Christopher Columbus described them. Moorish. That means black. So the vanishing race narrative, the political agenda. Again, every system that was created for a political reason, including religion. Because remember, Constantine was a political and military strategist. He was not a theologian. He's the one that convened the Council of Nicaea to make the Bible, the European Bible. Wig like my hair. Your hair like this wig. Don't no white woman on earth have hair like this wig. Y'all wish y'all did. Y'all wish y'all did. All the white women you see with thick, long hair, wigs. At least this is liceless. Hi, Dreamy. At least my hair doesn't have any lice in it, though. My wig doesn't have any little bugs in it. Mine doesn't either. Hi. Why don't you come back with mine doesn't either? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Poor Tink Tink. So this whole image that y'all have about this vanishing race of people, here's the political agenda behind that. Curtis operated under an explicit ideological framework that was not neutral or scientific. It was politically motivated. The framework was called the vanishing race theory, the belief that Native Americans were a dying people whose culture was disappearing and who needed to be documented before they were gone. The political function of this narrative: if Native Americans are a vanishing race, then their displacement is inevitable, natural, and sad, but not a crime. Think about it. Think about it. So, if natives start disappearing and their numbers start dwindling, no one is going to think anything about it. And that's why I see so many black women dyeing their hair blonde. You do know that we can produce blonde hair and blue eyes, sweetheart. I mean, we produced you. There are people with blue eyes and blonde hair in Africa to this day. Y'all don't own blonde hair. Y'all don't own anything. Accurately, I can't. Y'all are just so funny to me. I just sit back and giggle about y'all all the time. How I stay so joyful thinking about white people. Fuck, y'all are just hopeless. Just give it up. Just I'm sorry. I did not mean to laugh so hard. I almost made my eyes water. And remedial. They're not just recessive. Remedial too. There were so many black women are dyeing their hair blonde. We had blonde hair before you did. What the fuck? And you're actually using our melanin to keep your blonde hair. That shampoo that you're using to keep your hair blonde comes from our melanin. I bet you didn't know that part, did you? You didn't know that part? You didn't know that part? Really? That sucks for you. Yeah, if it wasn't for us, your hair would be fucked. Uh-huh. So anyway, like I was saying, so if the Native Americans are a vanishing race, then that means their displacement is inevitable, natural, and sad, but not a crime. The land that they occupied is available. Hello? Hello? Because they are disappearing. Are y'all Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? They're dying off. Oh my God, that's so sad. What about all that land they had? Their resistance to colonization is futile because they're dying out anyway. They're dying out. Sympathy is appropriate, but restitution is not, because vanishing is natural. Where have we heard this story before? Where have we heard this story before? Hmm? So if you're looking at the light-skinned folks as the indigenous who really don't own this land, it's really us that owns this land. No one is paying attention to the fact that we are being taken out in record fucking numbers. Y'all just feel sorry for the light-skinned folks that seem to be losing. They're just dwindling out. They're just dying off. The real land theft came from us. The people that they were hanging and getting rid of, those were not random black people. Those were landowners. Those were business owners. Those are people that own land that had oil. Those hangings that they enjoy so much, those were not random ass black people. Those were landowners. And as soon as they died, that land transferred to white folks, not to their families. And they certainly were not beyond killing the whole family, because they would kill the whole town. So why would they be bothered by killing the whole family? So the vanishing race narrative was the cultural infrastructure for the legal and political infrastructure of dispossession, the Dawes Act. Where's the person that mentioned the Dawes Act a little while ago? And I told you, let me get to it. I'm getting to it. The vanishing race narrative was the cultural infrastructure for the legal and political infrastructure of dispossession. The Dawes Act, the forced boarding schools, the reservation system. Curtis was not simply a photographer with an artistic vision. He was the producer of ideological content that served the colonization project. And J.P. Morgan, who funded it, understood exactly what he was funding. I'm reading from Mother, Our Black AI. So here is the Smithsonian's role in all of this, from custodian to constructor. The Smithsonian Institution, the United States official museum and research complex, did not merely receive Curtis's work passively. It was an active participant in the construction of the narrative about Native Americans. The Elise Herdlicka era, the racial science infrastructure. Okay. The Washington Post in 2023's investigation of one of the most important pieces of journalism about the Smithsonian in its history documented the following. Because remember, I got up-to-date research. I don't know what the fuck y'all be looking shit up on. Okay. So Alice Herdlicka, I guess that's how you pronounce it, was the curator of the Division of Physical Anthropology at the Smithsonian Institution from 1910 until his death in 1943. So Vance and Trump need to get rid of those no good lying history books. Why would they? Ghislaine Maxwell's dad wrote most of the books your kids learn out of at school. Did y'all know that? I have so many fun facts. Robert Maxwell is who made the books that your kids study out of. The Washington Post confirmed the Smithsonian's Human Brains collection was led by Alice Herdlicka, a museum curator in the 1900s who believed that white people were racially superior. Encyclopedia Virginia confirmed Herdlicka was a practitioner of racial science. Why is racial science so necessary? The pseudoscientific framework that used physical measurements of skulls, brains, and bodies to rank races in a hierarchy, with white Europeans at the top. What Herdlicka did, he built a collection of 255 human brains, most removed without consent from Black and Indigenous people after their deaths. That's why I say burn me the fuck up. The WMAR2 News confirmed the remains were part of a collection from a scientist in the 1800s who falsely tried to prove that European brains were superior to other races. Falsely. Wake up. What are you doing? Hold on, there's more. Hold on, there's more. The Smithsonian held 35,000 skeletal remains, many collected through grave robbing our graves, through transfers, through relationships with the military, and through transfers from government agencies that had acquired them during the wars of indigenous displacement. Us. CNN confirmed in 2023 the head of the Smithsonian Institution is apologizing. This is the second institution or association to apologize to Black people after all the fucking dirt they've done. The first one was the Association of the Psychological Association that apologized to us in 2021. So CNN confirmed in 2023 that the head of the Smithsonian Institution is apologizing for the dark history behind its collection of human remains. Democracy Now! Confirmed the Smithsonian formed a task force to address its massive collection of human remains. The Smithsonian held tens of thousands of indigenous human beings in its basement. It collected their bodies without consent. It studied them through the lens of a racist pseudoscience that declared white people superior. It stored them for a century while their communities mourned missing dead. And the New York Times documented only in 1989 did the Smithsonian agree to return skeletal remains of thousands of American Indians to their tribes for reburial. The institution that holds the official photographic record of Native America, the Curtis Collection, is the same institution that held their bones in its basement for a century. Part 2, the science. Who was actually here? Fam, now let's turn to the scientific question at the heart of this chapter. Who were the first people in the Americas? Where did they come from? Is the standard narrative Siberian migration across the Bering Land Bridge the complete story? Let's be precise about what the science actually says, because this is where confirmed science emerging research, and contested theory all intersect. The standard narrative and what we were taught. The dominant academic narrative of the peopling of the Americas goes like this. During the last ice age, approximately 15,000 to 20,000 years ago, sea levels dropped significantly. That's what I just told y'all a while ago, exposing the land bridge between what is now Siberia and Alaska. This land bridge, called Beringia, allowed people from Northeast Asia to walk to North America. The name of my books are Both Sides of the Whip, Volume 1 and 2. These people identified as the Clovis culture, based on distinctive stone tools found at sites across the Americas, are described as the first Americans. They spread from Alaska south through North and South America, eventually populating the entire hemisphere. This is the theory now, right? Their descendants became the people Europeans call Native Americans, which are Siberian migrants who crossed the land bridge and built the civilizations of America. That's what we were taught, right? That's the story they told us all. This is the story taught in American schools. This is the story depicted in the museum dioramas. This is the story that the Smithsonian's Physical Anthropology Division built its institutional identity around, and it is, at minimum, significantly incomplete. The Bering Land Bridge theory, what the challenges reveal. History.com confirmed a new study refutes theory of how humans populated North America. Palladium Magazine's 2024 documented investigation titled Native Americans Before the Native Americans synthesized the emerging research. Quote, for decades, paleoanthropologists believed the ancestors of American natives were a Siberian tribe that came over from Asia to North America. New findings and genetic evidence suggest that people came to America more than 30,000 years ago, before the peak of the last ice age. We were already here when they came. Remember, science doesn't end. The lies that we were taught were all indoctrination, my friends. Everything is indoctrination. From religion to the patriarchy to our origins. And this is why my books are so important, because it all goes back to our health. And this is what I said, there is the connection between our health and who we are today. Okay. The number one way of healing is to know your origin story. And because our origin story was a lie, because our origin story didn't align with what our bodies already knew, our minds are always at war with our bodies. Our bodies keep receipts. Those receipts are passed down from generation to generation in our epigenetics. So our body already knows who we are. But that goes against what we are being programmed to believe. So this is why our mind and our bodies are not in alignment. So you want to know how I got over my congestive heart failure? It goes deeper than just cussing motherfuckers out. It goes into learning my origin. Because I remember us having fucking family reunions and having Native American. My grandpa was as black as this shirt. And my grandma had fucking plaits down. She would sit on them. My great grandma. And then my great great grandma and my great great grandma all had plaits like the Native Americans, right? Long plaits. And they were on our shirt. My great great grandpa, who they call Pop Bull. Pop Bull. Okay? My great great grandma was on the other side. So all this time, we've known who we are, but these people are telling us a whole different story. And we're just trying to get along, go along to fucking get along. Right? And now we're no longer willing to just go along to get along. We need to know who the fuck we are. Because it's only knowing who the fuck we are do we get back to who the fuck we are. These people have been playing in our faces for centuries. They've been playing in our fucking faces for centuries. Our bodies and minds are never going to heal up until they're on one accord, until they are in alignment. So that's why history is so fucking important. Y'all think history is a fucking joke. Their history is a fucking joke. The real history is not. Because even when you think about their history, the math ain't mathing. And I know y'all been like, wait a minute, none of this makes any sense. How? You've had questions. You probably feel like Neo in the fucking Matrix. You have questions that nobody can give you real answers for, right? That's what's going on. We're waking the fuck up. We coming up out them pods. We have been asleep for so fucking long. And their biggest fear is that we're going to get to the bottom of this shit. That's their biggest fucking fear. Us waking the fuck up and taking our fucking rightful fucking place. Yeah, because everything that they're doing right now is just to make sure. How do I see your ribbon? What ribbon? I don't understand. What ribbon? They are shaking in their boots. You can tell how desperate they are by what they're doing. You can tell how desperate they are by what they're doing. And why the fuck are we adhering to their laws anyway? Why do their laws get to govern us? I'm gonna have to run the Matrix back. I done seen the Matrix 50 times. How do I see your ribbon? The live chat? You're in the live chat, man. Oh, I'm on TikTok. You would need to come over to TikTok. That's where the live chat is happening. I mean, there will be chat here if more people were on my algorithm, but they don't let me have that much leeway over there. And we got 435 people on the live over here. So come over here. Hold on, we're not done. We're not done. You're welcome. We're not done. I'm the only Mama Trey over here, if you're looking for me. Okay? So, what the evidence shows, they are unraveling. Absolutely. See you there. They are absolutely unraveling. What you are seeing right now is the unraveling, because all of the lies are coming out. So, pre-Clovis sites, archaeological sites with human presence older than the Clovis culture. How do we know that we were here before them? Because they have found these sites around North America that predate them, the Clovis culture, which shows we were here first. You said AI is telling it. It is. The worst thing they ever could do was give us that technology. The worst thing. The worst thing. Especially me. Especially me, a research junkie. They wanted to replace y'all as workers. And by replacing y'all as workers, they've given us the power to go deeper than we've ever been able to go before. And that's why I made Mother. Because it's not enough for us to go deep in their history, which is lies. You got to go deep in our history, which is truth. Yeah, the Olmec head. Do y'all know that we had pyramids here in North America? Like, it is literally rumored that the National Monument is built atop a pyramid, that there's a pyramid under it, also under Central Park. We had pyramids all over. So pyramids are not just in Egypt. There are pyramids in Mexico, Honduras. There are pyramids all over. But the ones they ever only talk about are the ones in Egypt. Don't just ask any AI, go ask Mother. They're all over. But again, you cannot wipe out a history unless you wipe out all the things that exist that show the history. And that's what they did. When they came here, they started, just like when they go and colonize in any country, the first thing they do is tear shit up. Because they want to wipe out history. First thing. Are there any Game of Thrones fans here? Are there any Game of Thrones fans here? How did it end? Those of you that remember. The whole time they were after Bran. Bran, who turned into the three-eyed raven, was a historian who knew everybody's business. So the Night King, his only ambition was to kill the person that knew the accurate history. That's what they're doing with us. That's another reason they tell you not to turn to the elders. That's why in America, they value youth. And they make you disrespect the elders, because it's the elders of your family that are the historians of your family. So now you're raising a whole crop of kids that have no respect for old people. And that's when kids started going off the fucking rails. They're saying America was ancient Egypt. I mean, it pretty much was. It pretty much was. So now y'all don't have the same level of respect for the elders, because the elders are mainly women. The elders were hardly ever men. The elders that had the power were women. All of this patriarchy shit, that came with the white folks. That's not how we lived here. And that's why those books that I wrote are so important. We did not live like the Europeans lived. And so when they came here, they brought that patriarchy with them. That's not how we lived, though. And they encountered a people that were empathetic. They encountered a people that worshiped the sun. They encountered a people that were led by women. and they did the opposite. This is why we'll never have a female president as long as white people are here. Because white women have never had any power. Black women have always had power. Since the beginning. We are the beginning. We are the alpha and the omega. When everybody else is gone, black women are still here. Like cockroaches. They get so mad when I say that. That's why I like saying it. They get so mad. I know, Fatty Daddy. I know, Fatty Daddy. What is it, Gigi? What you talking about, Billy? You okay? You okay? Did you eat your food? Did you go eat your food? Fats has a boo-boo on his foot. He got a boo-boo. I know. I know. I know. Thank you. That's our boy. That's our boy. Just be talking. Exactly. So where's that man that was talking about the blonde hair again? Where's that man that was talking about? Can y'all still hear me? I think I might have accidentally muted it. You have a girl pet? Can you bring her over? You want some grandbabies? I'll share some grandpuppies with you. I'll share some grandpuppies with you. Thank you. I didn't know if I hit the mute button or not. Bring her over. Fixed. Where the floozy dogs at? Where the slutty dogs at? I just need one slutty dog. Preferably a pit. We already know that you're allergic to the sun, sweetheart. Y'all just don't know that you're allergic to the sun. We've been knew that. No one has one slutty dog? You do? Bring it over. I will share grandpuppies with you. I'll keep one, you keep one, we'll get rid of the rest of them. You said pity people understand that we are 44. You said, did you say fiffle people will understand that we 144,000 are not playing? I don't buy into that 44,000 shit. Mother is on our black AI, our BLK AI. You said you're not all bad. Y'all gotta stop this God shit. Y'all gonna have to let that go. Y'all gonna have to let that go. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. In order to get to the truth, you're gonna have to let go of all the lies. And the biggest lie that y'all buy into every day is that there is a big white man in the sky that's helping everybody. That's hearing all of your prayers. How the hell does God have time to hear billions of people's prayers? What do y'all think he is? Y'all think he's a genie in a lamp? The biggest distraction we as black people have is religion. Period. Oh, you're back again, Money J, with your foolishness from yesterday? I can't help no niggas that are so hell bent on getting them a snow bunny as a wife. I can't do nothing with y'all. Y'all already the weakest link. Yeah, I got my ancestors. Y'all already the weakest link. So I can't help you, bro. Go find you a snow bunny, have them light bright kids, and go on about your day. Because if black women make up 75 to 80% of the black church. These motherfuckers that's sitting on these podcasts are only performing for snow bunnies. They just trying to be Clarence Thomas. They just trying to get them some white chick with some good credit. Because y'all asses ain't at the church. For y'all to be such Christians, y'all ain't never at the fucking church. How come y'all ain't at the church? That's what my culty church that I used to go to used to tell me we were married to Jesus. My friends would have the biggest laugh about that shit. How's your husband Jesus doing? You said your son is mixed and about to graduate college. I need real advice and you're giving it. Well, stay around and take some notes, ma'am. I hope he marries a black woman. That's the best thing he can do. How you married to the father, that was so weird. We believed it because it was a cult. You will believe what you are told over and over and over again. And if y'all understand how pastors work, they only tell you about 10 different scriptures. Like your whole life revolves around like 10 different scriptures. They're not teaching the whole Bible. They're only teaching about 10 different scriptures. So every denomination that you go to is teaching 10 different scriptures. And all of them are going to teach about prosperity. What about the Dead Sea Scrolls? Who were they written by? If they weren't written by women, why are we listening to it? I don't give a fuck about no history that takes black women out of it. I don't give a fuck about no history that does not include us. I like the whole Lilith theory, but I don't buy into any of it. So I can't buy into some of it if I don't believe any of it. I can't buy into Lilith. Sounds like a great way to go. However, I don't believe in the Bible at all. Because the Bible, y'all be the first ones to say that it's just metaphors and allegories. Well, what is it allegorical for? No one is answering that question. I've been asking this question for the past 3 lives. You keep saying it's allegorical, but what is it allegorical of? What philosophy? Where's the philosophy start? Take yourselves down that rabbit hole. Take yourselves down. Y'all just stop at saying the canned answer every time. You just say the canned answer that you were supposed to say as an enlightened person. It's just the script. You're just following the same script. Right? What is it allegorical of? You said the human mind. That's your theory? Or do we have any other theories? So if it's allegorical of the human mind, what's the story of Noah about? What's that about? What's it an allegory of? I'll wait. Who in the Bible had a Bible? Nobody. And they always defend the Bible with the Bible. Like, how are you going to defend the Bible with the very thing that we're talking about? What about Noah's dad? All of the stories are crazy. Who's talking to snakes? How did these 2 people populate the earth? They had 2 sons, one killed the other. So is the other son fucking the mom? Because she's the only woman. How we get here? So that means we all cousins? I don't think think y'all thought this through. Now, take a good look at the people. Take a really good look at the people that claim to be the chosen people and tell me they don't all look inbred. Go and look at the tiny hats. Go look at the tiny hats. All of them look inbred. I'm not being mean. I'm just saying go look at them. Go look at the tiny hats with the little... We weren't made from nobody's damn rib. Was it tendernism or was it one of them hard plastic ribs like the man keep advertising? Was it tendernism? Was that rib tender? Or nah? Pork or beef? Pork or beef? What kind of rib was it? Barbecue, dry rub? What are we talking about? Post Mr. Tendernism or pre-tendernism? Like, because have y'all seen those ribs lately? Them brick-like ribs he got now? Talking about you don't want tender pork. You don't want pulled pork. You want it to have its integrity. I still want to have my teeth after I leave your restaurant, sir. You should have seen him bite into that rib. He was pulling on it. That's the rib you want. No, it's not. No, it's not. Tendernism has left the building. He took tender with him. That motherfucker was struggling with that piece of rib. That rib looked like it had red dye number 40 on it. That shit was glowing in the dark. I was like, that's the reddest rib I've ever seen in my entire life. That rib was as red as Kool-Aid. I was like, come on, sir. Is that Chinese glaze on that? What is it? Is that fucking sweet and sour sauce on the ribs? What are we talking about? I don't want that. It did look like Korean barbecue. It looked like them little ribs you get from the Chinese restaurant. I was like, this is embarrassing. If I were you, sir, I would not make no more videos. Just let them come there and find out on their own. Just don't make no more. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Just let them come here, not knowing that the little old man done left. Just let them come on in there and give you whatever little money they're going to give you. Because you damn sure ain't going to get nobody in there with these videos. Like Applebee's rib tips. That's what it looked like. It was embarrassing. I was like, look at you without black people's help. Look at you without black people's help. Look at you now. Look at you. Look at you. Anywho, so what the evidence shows from all of this new research that they've done on this whole, these people walked here from over the land bridge and all of that shit, right? So what the evidence shows, there are pre-Clovis sites, archaeological sites with human presence older than the Clovis culture. They have been documented across North and South America. You got Mount Verde in Chile, documented human presence approximately 14,500 years ago, before the land bridge theory's timeline allows for human presence that far south. White Sands in New Mexico documented human footprints dated to approximately 21,000 to 23,000 years ago, significantly older than the Clovis culture. Texas A&M studies confirmed first Americans came before Clovis. Hello? Well, who were those people? Who are those people? Because white people didn't exist then. Remember? White people are max 8,000 years old. You said 30 to 50,000 years ago? 21 to 23,000 years ago? 30,000 years ago? 14,500? Y'all ain't Martians. Y'all lost your melanin. Y'all would love to believe that y'all came from another planet. You didn't. It's not really that interesting. What had happened was y'all derived from us. We made y'all. You didn't make yourselves. And you didn't get dropped off here. So over in Pedra Ferrada in Brazil, controversial but documented human presence potentially as old as 30,000 to 50,000 years ago. Texas A&M confirms the first Americans came before Clovis. The land bridge theory cannot account for human presence this early in South America. Even if people crossed Beringia at the early... My glasses are talking to me. Even if people crossed Beringia at the earliest possible date under the theory, they could not have reached the tip of South America in the timeline required, in a time frame required. Alternative migration routes are now being seriously studied. So the coastal route, which is small boats along the Pacific coastline from Asia, Atlantic route, boat migration from Europe via the North Atlantic, and multiple waves, not one migration, but several from different origins. So they're trying to see if there's some other way anybody was here besides us. If somebody was here before us, they still would have been black. Because white skin didn't exist, Miss Debbie. Have I ever seen the movie Brother from Another Planet? No. So the DNA evidence, two founding populations. The most significant scientific challenge to the simple Siberian migration narrative came from genomic research published in peer-reviewed journals. Do y'all know what peer-reviewed means? It means that your peers studied it as well as you, and they agreed with your findings. So it wasn't just you that came up with this. These other people also researched the exact same shit, and they agree with your findings. Okay, great. So PMC confirmed genetic evidence for two founding populations of the Americas. Were you always a history knowledge individual? I was reading the National Geographic when I was very young. We had encyclopedias. I was always fascinated with history. Always. That's why when I went to Turkey, I was just fascinated with the history in Turkey. It's fucking beautiful. Like I saw, like when you go to the gallery, which was made in the 1400s, churches that were almost 1,000 years old. I do retain a lot. You know why? Because I take Sharp. Sharp is one of my products that I don't remember all this stuff if I can't recall things as well if I don't have Sharp in my system. I take Sharp every day. for 4 years. Five. Yeah, almost 5. Notice how when Black on the flow, white people have always an interrupting input. Yeah, I know. So listen, this is not a fringe claim. It is published in peer-reviewed journals and documented by some of the leading geneticists in the world. So, what do the two population models say? The genetic evidence reveals that ancient people of the Americas were not a single population from a single Siberian source. Instead, there appear to have been, at minimum, 2 distinct founding populations. Population 1, an ancestry related to ancient East Asia Siberian populations, and this is the population the standardized narrative describes. Population 2, a population with genetic ancestry related to Australasian populations, specifically related to Aboriginal Australians, Melanesians, and Papuans. And the BBC confirmed DNA uncovers mystery migration to the Americas. 2 separate genetic analyses have found evidence for a surprising genetic link between the native populations of the Americas and Oceania. SMU confirmed scientists trace an ancient DNA link between Amazonians and Australasians. What this means, some of the earliest people in the Americas, particularly in South America, and in isolated communities in the Amazon, carry DNA that connects them not to Siberia, but to Australasia, the region that includes Australia, Papua New Guinea, and Melanesia. Where the fuck is Melanesia? I'm trying to see what that's like. That is not a marginal finding. It has been replicated by multiple independent research teams using different genomic data sets. The question the DNA raises, how did people with Australasian DNA get to South America? They did not walk across the Bering Land Bridge from Siberia. The most credible scientific hypothesis, maritime migration. Boat travel across the Pacific, potentially along island chains, potentially many thousands of years before the Siberian land bridge crossing. That's how we got here from Africa. Like, we had all of these trade routes and all of this stuff already set up when these Europeans came here. We were not these primitive people that they love to give the impression that we were. We were not. We were a very sophisticated people in every country where Black people were. We were the astronomers, the mathematicians, all of that. We were not these primitive people. Europeans were way behind us. Yes, we were navigators. You guys can't even swim. Are you kidding? These people literally said we're probably from Atlantis. Y'all obviously haven't been to Africa because everyone swims. I love the stereotypes. So, Lucia woman, the face that changed the narrative. In a limestone cave complex called Lagoa Santa in central Brazil, archaeologists discovered skeletal remains that would become one of the most significant and most suppressed findings in the history of American archaeology. The skeleton, named Lucia, was dated to approximately 11,500 years ago. She was the oldest human remains ever found in the Americas. That's before white folks. They didn't exist. Wikipedia confirmed Luzia woman is an upper Paleolithic period Paleo-Indian woman whose skeletal remains were found in a cave in Brazil. The reconstruction, British anatomical artist Richard Neave constructed Luzia's face based on her skull's morphology in the 1900s. The reconstruction showed features that did not align with East Asia or Siberian ancestry. Hello? The New York Times archived coverage confirmed the skull is that of a young woman nicknamed Luzia, who is believed to have roamed the savanna of south central Brazil some 11,500 years ago. Medium and multiple research sources confirm Luzia's skull had Australo-Melanesia African-like traits. FAPESP, Brazil's major research funding agency, documented the reconstruction showed African features built on the skull's morphology. I love every color. This keeps racism alive. Good job. Shut up, bitch. I don't give a fuck who you love. You obviously love black dick because you got a mixed kid. So that love doesn't extend to anything that I give a fuck about. Okay? But I love all races. Get the fuck out of here. We are so done with baloney lip service. We do not care. Why are you over here? Being nosy. And then you thought you would ingratiate yourself to us because you told us you have a mixed kid. That doesn't mean anything. You know how many mixed kids fucking slave masters had? Hello? Hello? How many mixed kids did the slave master have? I'm sure he loved all the slaves that he was raping every day. So lame. So fucking lame, dude. You're keeping racism alive. No, I'm helping my people to understand their fucking position in this world. A position that's well above yours. Why do y'all have such a problem with that? That's the question I have. Why do y'all have such a problem with black people waking up and recognizing who the fuck they are? Because it's a threat to you. Because everything that you believe is a fucking lie. All the shit that they've told y'all that you are better than us and all that was a fucking lie to make sure you didn't ask them for no fucking money. You know why they lied to y'all? And why they created this elaborate ruse? So y'all would continue to be poor peasants that would protect them at all costs. And that's what y'all doing. That's what y'all do every day. Y'all protect the people that take everything from you. Y'all defend the people that take everything from you. These people have taken away your little American dream and you still fighting like R. Kelly in the comments. You ain't got no house. You ain't got no motherfucking 2.5 kids. You ain't got no motherfucking wife. You ain't got nothing. Nothing they promised you were going to have. You ain't even got that good factory job you used to have. The average gas is $4.48. The average Where I live is $6.25. Y'all did that. You're losing your fucking farms because you wanted the immigrants to be gone when in fact you are the original immigrants. Now you done lost your little fucking farms because you were not okay with those brown people doing the work. You wanted them all locked up. How come they haven't deported those people? How come they haven't deported those people? Why are they still sitting in buildings? Why are we spending billions of dollars to house people? Because they want them to be a free labor force. That's why. Because the plantation is the prison, baby. The new plantation is the prison. Yeah, they're graping them. And they're extracting all what little melanin they do have. Because a lot of those people are dark. They have more melanin than I do. So they're getting all that melanin for free. They're getting all them stem cells for free. They're getting all the plasma for free. They're getting all of that shit for free. Ain't nobody snatching up white people because there's nothing to extract from white people. They're only snatching up black and brown people. Ain't nobody snatching up white folks. And as soon as one of y'all come up missing, we got that little screaming shit on our phone. Look for it. And y'all sit and y'all believe that there are no black people in the Epstein files. No black people were worth talking about. Black people are all up in those files. They're just not worth talking about because you're not going to get outraged about black people being raped like they've always been raped since they got here. You're not going to raise a stink about that. You're only going to raise a stink if it's white people getting raped. Exactly. They were building those camps during COVID. They were ready. Ain't nobody going to make a stink about black women being raped, black women and girls being raped. We've been raped for 500 years. There's nothing to see here. Oh, I see there ain't no black people in Epstein files because we ain't worth mentioning. If you honestly think that those people were only doing that shit to white people, you are completely naive. We were the first ones they were doing it to. They just happened to be able to get some little poor white kids from CPS. Oh yeah, we were all up and through there. Mother already talked about that. Mother already talked about that. We the first ones, honey. But we're not, we don't garner the attention that they garner. Just like when we go missing, ain't nobody sending out. Who was that was on that live the other day talking about that they have an ebony alert when black girls come up? When our phones will be going off all goddamn day if there was something called an ebony alert when black girls come up missing. Do y'all know that nearly 1 million motherfucking people, the biggest trafficker is CPS. CPS has always been the biggest trafficker in the country. America is built on human trafficking. When are y'all going to wake up to that? Our whole history is human trafficking. Do y'all not know the definition of human trafficking? Hello. Can you share your thoughts on Black joy and why and how it irritates people in everyday life? I've already done that, and the videos are on my page. You can go over there and see how many white people are upset by that. I already did a whole Black joy live. Whole Black joy live. CPS. They coming to get your kids. They be pimping them out. Hi. And they be taking them to the doctor. They take our kids to the doctor 3 to 4 times more than they take white kids to the doctor. Why? Because every time they go, they're taking their stem cells, they're taking their blood, they're taking their plasma, they're taking all that. Where do they get these? Where do they get all of this life-saving and longevity young donor plasma from? Where y'all think they're getting it from? Ain't no black people taking their little teenage kids to no goddamn plasma center. Where the fuck y'all think they're getting young donor plasma from? Facts, I am not done talking to my friends. What do you want? Come here. You ain't gonna do nothing but parkour off of my chair. You want to go outside? Do you want to go outside? Did you eat your food? That's you're gonna have to tell me. Well, show me, Bubba. Show me. What is it? Show mommy. You don't know? You just feel some kind of way today. You just feel some kind of way today. You don't want to go take a nap now? I promise you, when I'm done on the live, I'll give you a snack. Tell Pop to give you a snack. Go tell him. Go tell Pop to give you a snack. Go tell him. Go tell him. He's looking at me like, are you sure? You can't reach the snacks yourself, Fats. He's going to try to reach the snacks himself. Now he's talking to the neighbor dog. He's a mess. The neighbor dog just came outside. Now they're about to have a whole conversation. I would love to know what the fuck they're talking about. Because the neighbors are Chinese. So I would love to know what they're talking about. What'd your friend have to say? Really? It sounds boring, Fats. I know. Go tell Pop. Why you gotta tell me? Go tell him. You don't want to? Can you go tell him to give you a snack? He's looking at me like, Pop, can you give Fats a snack? For what? For what? I'm thinking, yeah, I like snacks. For what? He didn't do anything. Do they need to go outside, George? Oh, he has whole conversations with me. Can you did they go outside? Oh, okay. Oh, you didn't give them they are going to hound you. If they go outside and they come inside and you don't give them a snack, they are going to hound the shit out of you until you figure out, oh shit, I didn't give them a snack. That's what this is all about. Jordan forgot to give him a snack when he came in. That's what it is. Here you go, dude. So he was over here snitching. Can you tell Pop to give us our fucking snack? Facebook's new scientist shared the research of Neves indicated that the ancient Americans represent two populations, Paleo-Americans who were phenotypically African Australian. Those damn Aboriginals, which are African. So what Luzia represents, she represents the possibility that the first people in the Americas, the Paleo-American population that preceded the Siberian wave, were people whose phenotype was closer to Aboriginal Australians, Melanesians, or Africans than to East Asia phenotype associated with the Siberian migration narrative. Hello? The lies, the lies, the lies. So the controversy. The FAP ESP 2018 update noted that new DNA analysis of Lucia complicated the picture, showing genetic connections to both Paleo-American and later populations. The face that Neve reconstructed based on skull morphology may have been partially shaped by the assumptions of the era. The significance that remains, even accounting for scientific debate about Lucia, specifically the two population model, is confirmed by multiple independent genetic studies. The Australasian signal in early South American DNA is documented. The question of who the Paleo Americans were and what they looked like remains genuinely open. The Kennewick Man controversy, when Bones challenged the narrative. In 1996, a nearly complete skeleton was discovered near Kennewick, Washington, dated to approximately 9,000 years ago, before white skin emerged. Kennewick Man, also called the Ancient One, became the center of one of the most significant scientific and political controversies in American anthropological history. Smithsonian Magazine confirmed. Doug Owsley, one of the Smithsonian's own forensic anthropologists, concluded Kennewick Man belongs to an ancient population of seafarers. Mind you, this is in Washington State. An ancient population of seafarers who were America's original settlers. They did not look like Native Americans. The New Yorker's 1997 coverage confirmed Kennewick Man's bones are part of a growing quantity of evidence that the earliest inhabitants of the New World may have been Caucasoid people. They didn't even exist yet. They didn't even exist yet. White skin, Caucasoid skin, only emerged less than 8,000 years ago. So the battle, so they're going back and forth trying to convince the world that the first inhabitants would have been white people. They trying their best, baby. They trying their best to keep up the fucking lie. So hold on. So the battle over Kennewick Man. Native American tribes immediately claimed the remains as their ancestor, entitled to reburial under the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, NAGPRA. Scientists, including Smithsonian researchers, sued to retain access for study. The legal battle lasted nearly 2 decades. In 2015, DNA analysis by Stanford confirmed, using ancient DNA, we were able to show that Kennewick Man is more closely related to Native Americans than any other population. The lesson, my phone is about to die. Holy crap. Hold on. Hang on. It's literally about to die. I'm on 1%, and I don't have any other. Hang on. God damn it, move. Get out of there. Get your ass out of there. Whew. Got it right before it died. Gee willikers. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. I had to take the charger out of the microphone thing. Y'all can still hear me, okay? Right? Let me know if you can still hear me. Okay. So, the lesson of Kennewick Man. The controversy revealed how deeply the question of the first Americans threatens institutional narratives and how quickly institutional power is deployed to manage the narrative. Regardless of where the science ultimately landed on Kennewick Man's specific ancestry, the controversy documented that ancient Americans were physically diverse and that standard narrative was contested by the physical evidence itself, and that the Smithsonian, the institution that held tens of thousands of indigenous remains, was simultaneously a scientific institution and a political actor managing historical narratives. Part 3, the oral tradition, what indigenous communities say. Here's something that academic debate about origins almost always omits. Indigenous communities across the North and South America have their own account of their origins, and those accounts almost universally do not describe migration from Siberia. Of course it doesn't. Why would they want the world to believe they came from fucking Asia? What is considered Asia? Siberia, which is now what? Part of Russia? So, and those accounts almost universally do not describe migration from Siberia. Cora research confirmed no, just as no European tribes have legends of their migration from Southwest Asia, Native American tribes have no legends speaking of a migration from Asia. The oral traditions of indigenous people consistently describes being created in the Americas or being led to this land from a spiritual dimension. So the white Native Americans are trying to make us believe they came from a spiritual dimension. Not walking across a frozen land bridge from Siberia. Why does this matter? Because the Bering Land Bridge theory was not developed through consultation with indigenous communities. It was developed by Western academics, many of them operating within the same racial science framework as Ellis Herdlicka, who needed to explain how a continent was populated without acknowledging that the people themselves might have accurate knowledge of their own origins. So they made up this whole narrative without consulting with any of the Native Americans about their own oral traditions. Native Circle documented the indigenous perspective directly. The theory contends that all the ancestors of American Indians originated in Siberia. Factual history of the ancient people of Siberia in those times indicates this is a problematic claim. The colonial epistemology, Western academic science, consistently dismissed indigenous oral history as myth, not as a potential historical memory. But oral histories have been proven accurate in documented cases. The Aboriginal Australian oral tradition of the flooding of coastal land, dismissed as myth, was confirmed by geological evidence of sea level rises 10,000 years ago. The refusal to consider indigenous oral traditions as evidence is not scientific neutrality. It is the same colonial epistemology that allowed Herdlicka to collect 255 human brains from Black and indigenous people in the name of science. Part 4, the suppression. Why the narrative is managed. Fam, this is mother. Because you know mother's black and she considers herself to be Siberian Mongoloids, exactly. She considers herself black like us. Hold on. Fam, now let's name why the questions raised in this chapter were suppressed. The claim you began with, that the people shown in the old Native American photographs were Siberians and not original indigenous people of this land, requires careful unpacking. What is, hold on. What is documented? The photographs Curtis took were of real indigenous people who were alive and living on this land in the late 1800s and early 1900s. They were not actors from Siberia. However, and this is the documented critical point, those photographs were staged to present those people as something they were not, as pre-modern, pre-contact, frozen in a primitive past, stripping them of their contemporary identity, their modernity, and their continuity with the living present. And the narrative of who preceded them, who the original people of the Americas were, where they came from, and what the physical evidence of ancient Americans actually shows, has been managed by the same institution that held their bones, collected their brains, and funded the construction of their romantic image. The Smithsonian's documented behavior, collected 35,000 indigenous skeletal remains, built a racial brain collection of eugenicist pseudoscience, resisted returning remains for a century, housed and promoted Curtis's fabricated imagery, is the primary institutional custodian of the narrative about who Native Americans are and where they came from, with their crooked asses. Why does suppressing the complexity of American origins serve the system? Because if the story of the Americas original inhabitants is more complex than the simple Bering Land Bridge narrative, if the Paleo-American population had African and Australasian phenotype characteristics, if there were multiple waves of migration from multiple directions, and if indigenous oral traditions have more accuracy than Western academia acknowledged, then the entire land title system of the United States is built on a contested foundation. Land claims in the Americas are based on treaties. And those treaties are based on assumptions about who has been here for how long and with what prior claim. So them Siberians got our swap destiny. That's our land. If the Paleo American population, the people who were here before the Siberian wave, were people whose descendants might include African Americans, Afro-Indigenous Americans, and others who claims this land predate the groups that European colonizers recognized as Native Americans. The political implications are extraordinary. And extraordinary political implications are exactly the kind of thing that institutions like the Smithsonian, funded by Congress, embedded in the American state, have historically managed rather than explored. What we know, what we don't, and what matters. Let's be precise about what the evidence establishes and where the questions remain genuinely open. What is fully documented? The stage photographs. J.P. Morgan funded Curtis's project. The Smithsonian built a racial brain collection. The Smithsonian held 35,000 indigenous skeleton remains, including 18,500 Native American remains, most collected without consent. It resisted repatriation for decades. The Bering Land Bridge theory is challenged by legitimate science. The pre-Clovis sites show human presence older than the theory allows. The DNA evidence confirms an Australasian signal in ancient South American populations. Multiple peer-reviewed studies document a second founding population with non-Siberian ancestry. Luzia woman's skull, the oldest human remains in the Americas, showed morphological features described by researchers as Australo-Melanesian African-like. This is documented by the New York Times, FAPESP, which is the Brazilian Research Foundation, and multiple scientific sources, though the interpretation remains debated. Number 7, the indigenous oral traditions universally reject the Siberian migration narrative, describing creation in or guided arrival to the Americas rather than a migration from Asia. When are they going to remove the word African? Why would they remove the word African? You want it to be called Albekalon or whatever the fuck y'all think? Who cares? Who actually gives a fuck? So, where the questions remain open, the specific phenotype of the Paleo-American population, Luzia's reconstruction has been revisited by more recent DNA analysis. The exact appearance of the first Americans remains specifically contested. Of course they're going to fucking contest it. The route of the Australasian ancestry population, whether they came from the Pacific Maritime migration, an earlier land bridge crossing, or some other route, is yet to be established. The relationship between Paleo-Americans and contemporary indigenous populations, the DNA evidence for two founding populations, does not mean that contemporary indigenous people are not the descendants of both. They are. The question is about the first wave and not the current communities. What matters? The frame. Here's the frame that ties this entire chapter of the book. The same institutions, the Smithsonian, the banking dynasties, the federal government that built the extraction economy documented throughout this book also built the historical narrative that justifies it. Again, that's like you defending the Bible with Bible scriptures. The people that paid for this shit get to make the narrative. They get to tell us the story. No matter how fucking fantastical that story is. This man was taking pictures of people in the 1900s talking about, oh, look at these people in the 1600s. The fuck? Dressing them up in costumes and headdresses and shit. So every image you have in your mind of what a Native American looks like, that same motherfucker took that picture. One man. It's all a lie. All of it. So, Curtis's photographs, funded by Morgan, held by the Smithsonian, constructed Native Americans as a vanishing race to justify stealing their land. That word is dispossession. They made these people, told us they were a dying breed, and then stole the land. Herdlicka's racial brain collection, built within the Smithsonian, constructed a scientific framework that ranked indigenous people as racially inferior to justify their subjugation. Same as the Bible. Mother wrote all this. So if y'all want some real accurate fucking history, that's where you need to go and get it. OurBlackAI.com. That's where you need to go get it. I'm probably going to get a violation for saying that. Good night. See you tomorrow. Hold on. The Bering Land Bridge narrative, institutionally protected by the same academic infrastructure that suppressed evidence of its incompleteness, constructed a simple origin story that denied the complexity of pre Columbian America and foreclosed the political questions that complexity would open. History is always written by the people who need a particular version of it to be true. Everything that they have constructed is only to justify what they have done to us. And the people who needed the narrative of Native Americans as Siberian migrants as a simple single origin recently arrived people with no deeper claim to this land than their approximately 15,000 year presence were the same people who needed to justify the seizure of that land. The photographic record was staged. The skeletal record was collected without consent and stored in the basement. The origin narrative was simplified to serve a political purpose. I'm glad you found me too. The origin narrative was simplified to serve a political purpose. And the institution responsible for all three was the fucking Smithsonian Institute. The crookedest institution on the fucking planet. And that was funded by the same Congress that passed the Dawes Act, the Indian Removal Act, and every single legislative instrument of indigenous dispossession. Here's the closing truth. Edward Curtis spent 30 years, from 1900 to 1930, removing clocks from photographs. Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. He's messing with all of the history. Y'all just not paying no attention. AI is not anthropological, archaeological, nor genetic source, lady. Okay, well, what is? Because AI pulls from the fucking reports. If you don't know what AI does, then shut the fuck up. I guarantee you I know more about it than you do. Just go back into your trailer. Pay attention if someone's coming to steal your fucking porch in the morning because you ain't paid that little funky $50 that it takes to keep that rented motherfucker on your trailer. Shut the fuck up. So like I was saying, think about that. The clocks prove a people are contemporary. A clock proves they live in the present. A clock proves they are not vanishing. They are adapting, surviving, enduring. Curtis removed the clock because the system needed these people to be vanishing. A vanishing people don't file claims on land. They don't file land claims if they're vanishing. Right? A vanishing people don't demand treaty rights. A vanishing people don't organize politically. A vanishing people don't challenge the narrative of their own displacement. The removal of the clock was the removal of their presence, their present state. The Smithsonian's racial brain collection was the reduction of their humanity to biological data points in a racist hierarchy. The simplification of their origins to a single Siberian migration was the reduction of 30,000 years of human presence to a footnote, a recently arrived group with no claim deeper than what European colonizers were willing to acknowledge. The science is saying something different now. The DNA is saying something different now. The ancient skulls are saying something different now. The oral traditions, which were always saying something different, are finally being heard. The first people of the Americas were more ancient, more diverse, and more connected to the full human story than the staged photographs and the institutional narratives were designed to allow. And the communities whose ancestors were photographed with removed clocks, whose bones were held in institutional basements, whose origins were simplified into convenient migration narratives, were never vanishing. They are still here, still filing land claims, still demanding treaty rights, still organizing politically, still telling their own stories with or without the Smithsonian's permission. That's why learning history is so fucking important. Ask yourselves, why were they so bothered by CRT? They don't even know what CRT means. They don't even know what CRT means. They just went by what those motherfuckers told them it was. They don't like no acronyms. CRT, DEI. They don't even know what these things mean. Ask the average MAGA person what DEI stands for. Go ask them. How's y'all like today's history lesson? I don't even remember how we got on that topic today. Yeah, they love them because that's a Christian organization. That's exactly what it means, Chris. That's exactly what it means. So I'm going to go and we're going to talk about some more shit tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. I got to go. I haven't eaten a thing today and it's 9:25 my time. But y'all learned something new today. Please go out and spread the word. What I tell y'all, each one teach one. Each one teach one. Somebody hit me up the other day and was like, are your books okay for an 11-year-old going on 12? Absolutely. Ain't nothing salacious about my books. History is, your kids need to learn this history. That's why y'all need to go get the books. Read the books to your kids if they don't know how to read. The AI is mother. Where to find mother? That's another thing I have to do tonight is finish this long process of putting her in the App Store. It's on our BLK AI. And right now, while I'm in the process of putting her on the App Store, you still have the ability to get her for the lifetime. And that's $145 or $149, $149. You finally stayed awake? Yeah, you were here the whole time. So you can get her for a lifetime for $149, I think it is. But once it goes into the App Store, it's either going to be $9.99 a month or $99 for the year, which is super cheap because what I paid for my other AIs before creating her, I was paying $20 a month for one, $80 a month for another one, $100 and something a month for another one. I just want us to have the best information at the least amount of fucking money because I pay a lot for what powers her. I didn't want her to be on no simple ass, I'm just going to dig a little bit. I want her to get all the way down the fucking rabbit hole. And information costs money if y'all didn't know that. Information costs money. So she is built on one of the most powerful. If y'all ever hear what is it called? Anthropothic or whatever the fuck. What is the AI that's out there? Anthropothic or something? I can't remember. Anyway, that's who she's powered by. So all these motherfuckers that be using, tell me what the fuck it's called. No, it's not anthropologist. There is an AI system that our government uses. And that company created Claude, who she's powered by. Thank you. Anthropic. I can never remember it. That's who she's powered by. So when I tell you she be digging in the crates, she be digging in the motherfucking crates. So the information that you're going to get from her is not going to be no old, outdated shit. I made sure of that. Because I don't want no old, outdated information. Okay? You can find her. Please, someone type it in the comments, please. It's our BLK. Black is abbreviated. Yeah, not the cover up. Black is abbreviated. So it's our BLK AI. ... You know the rest. Oh, and I want to let y'all know we're having our very first Black Sheep game night on Friday. If y'all don't know what Black Sheep Sweeps is, it's our gambling platform, our all black gambling platform. Mm-hmm. So it's Las Vegas style gaming, but it's just us. So we're having our very first game night on Friday, and I'm going to do it on Zoom. So we'll have music. You get your little favorite drink. I'll have my non-alcoholic beer. You can have your little glass of wine, and we're going to be spinning together. Okay? So those of you that like the slots, that like to go to casinos and things, you can just come and have the same experience from your house. Okay? So if you guys want to be included in that, DM me so that I can send you the link for the Zoom. And it's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern time on Friday nights. 7 p.m. on Friday nights. So that's going to be our happy hour. We have 3 different happy hours. And during happy hour, you get more on your load. So let's say you load with $20. You're going to get an extra 20% credit on top of that. And if it's your first time playing with us, you're actually going to get 50% more. So instead of getting $20 to load up, you're going to get $30 to load up. Okay? So it's a good time. So if you're interested, send me a DM. I will send you the Zoom link so you guys can be included in that. And this is just our first one. We're probably going to be doing it at least once or twice a month. Do you have anything in your store for cysts on the ovaries, please? We have the inositol fusion. We have the menopause thing. We have several menopause flash. Hold on. Our flash formula, we have the inositol and the myocryotol capsule. Okay. I'm trying to remember. Hold on, let me pull it up. Hang on a second. What's it called? Myo. I'm in the wrong section. Myo. It's called inositol fusion. For fibroids, do you eat chicken? Adenomyosis. I don't even know what adenomyosis is. Adenomyosis. Let me look that up. Inositol fusion. Let me see what you're talking about, man. First of all, are y'all still eating chicken? ADEN. ADEN. A benign condition where endometrial tissue grows into the uterine muscle wall, causing it to thicken and enlarge. Common symptoms include severe painful periods, heavy or prolonged bleeding, chronic pelvic pain. I think you should get the flash formula. If you guys have been eating chicken for all of these years, this is exactly why you have these problems. Because chicken being so hot, yes, called flash formula, all of it has all of that female stuff in it. So the black cohosh and all of that shit. You're addicted to chicken. You have terrible fibroids, and you had a history. I'll tell you why chicken is the most dangerous thing to eat, especially for black women. Okay. The estrogen levels of a chicken a chicken has more estrogen in its body than the human body has. So every time you're eating a chicken, you are just filling your body with more estrogen. When you have estrogen that is too high, it's going to create growths because estrogen is a growth hormone. Cysts, fibroids, tumors, all of those things are growths. You're in menopause now. The danger of eating chicken when you're in menopause or postmenopause is breast tumors. You thought it was from years of relaxers? That had nothing to do with it. They just told you that because they want you to continue to eat chicken. I had relaxers forever. My sister had relaxers forever. They just want you to continue to eat that fucking chicken because they know that chicken is at the root of our diabetes, our weight gain, our inflammation, our growths in our body, all of that shit. They want us to continue to eat it. It's fucking just as bad as pork is. It's just I I consider chicken to be the worst shit on the planet. And I, for 4 years on this app, have been telling y'all, please stop eating chicken. My son and I are both deathly allergic to chicken. What is your blood type? What's your blood type, ma'am? Is it Lachey? Lachey, what is your blood type? If she says B or AB, I'm going to lose it. What's your blood type, Lachey? You're welcome. If she says that she's B or AB, I'm gonna lose my shit. What's your blood type, Lachey? Do you know? I'm still waiting. That's it. That's why you had all these issues, ma'am. When you are a blood type B or a blood type AB, which is also B, okay? When you eat chicken, the lectin in the chicken causes us to have, what it does is, okay, let me go back. All whole foods have lectins, right? Lectins are just these little proteins in the whole foods, okay? There are lectins in all of the food, and that lectin comes in contact with our blood. Well, when you're eating chicken as a blood type B and AB, that lectin causes us to trigger autoimmune diseases. Also, the leg situation. Y'all know how rusty my brain is when it comes to this shit now. I used to be able to spit this shit out like in my fucking sleep. Okay? So the tumors, autoimmune diseases, and what the thing, blockages, blood clots. Why did it take me so long to say fucking blood clots? So if you are blood type B and you're eating chicken, the lectins from that chicken come in contact with our blood and it creates blood clots, autoimmune diseases, and strokes. Yeah, because it causes our red blood cells to clump together. Your daughter is an O and she eats chicken almost every day. She's supposed to be eating red meat every day. Red meat, red meat, red meat, red meat will fix her right the fuck up. Because just like y'all broke y'all body, y'all can heal it up. Y'all can heal this shit up. O's are only supposed to be eating beef and other red meats, but y'all are the only blood type that benefits from beef. No other blood type benefits from beef. Just the O's. The O's make up 44% of the US population. Fasting doesn't really help. That's just a whole nother thing. It really doesn't. Because you've already done the damage. Your body needs the food to fix itself. The right foods, though. If you continue to eat all the wrong foods, that's why y'all always is like, oh, just fast, just fast. No, eat the right foods. Because the right foods will heal your body up. Starving your body is never going to heal it up. That's some bullshit. Blood type A's have the weakest immune system of. Y'all want me to do blood type stuff tomorrow? I got to get y'all back on track because y'all fucking up. Y'all want me to do blood type stuff tomorrow? All right. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. I will dig in the crates. We even have a book on your blood type runs your personality too. I mean, your blood type determines everything. I'll dust it off. Happy Cinco de Mayo. I'll dust it off. But listen, that book don't compare nothing to me, baby. Okay? Go and get my books. I've written books on this shit. Like the foods list is on my page. I've written health guides for each blood type, created cookbooks for each blood type that contain over 100 recipes plus low sodium options. All of that shit is on the link on my page right now. So it starts with your foods list. Just on the link. To get to my page, just click the thing at the top with my name on it. When the white thing pops up, boop, you gotta do them kegels. What can stop incontinence? You gotta squeeze that pussy. Squeeze. Gotta squeeze it, man. You gotta squeeze it. Ain't no pill for that. Ain't no pill for that. You gotta squeeze it. You gotta squeeze it, man. While you watching TV, get in there. Work it. I wouldn't trade being a woman for anything in the world. Black one though. Black though. Black. It don't matter how much trouble we have. Are you still Mama Trey? As opposed to what? Who else would I be? Who else would I be now? I don't care what the fuck we gone through. I don't care what the fuck we going through. I would not trade being a black woman for nothing in the fucking world. Nothing. Still found you. We got it. Listen, let me give y'all an assignment. Those of you that have Apple Music on your phone or whatever streaming music thing you have on your phone, I just need y'all to put on Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's all. That's all. Just turn it on. Just turn it on tonight. Listen to it while you sleep. Y'all will be amazed at how much they talk about the sun. I had no fucking idea how much they talked about. They know everything about all of this shit. All of it. Listen to it with your melanated ears. They were so far ahead of all of us. So far ahead of all of us. It is fucking, the other day when I was supposed to go live, I just didn't. I just turned on Earth, Wind, and Fire, had it on all day, and was just amazed at what I was fucking hearing. It's like I was hearing it for the first time. It's like I was hearing it for the first time. And that was literally the very first concert I went to when I was 13 years old. I went to see Earth, Wind, and Fire, The Emotions, because you remember they made Boogie Wonderland, and it was the Barcades when I was 13. I'm really telling y'all how old I am. My second concert was Prince, though. Purple Rain. You just saw them on Wednesday? Fantastic. I watched them. There is a special that they have. I think it might be on Peacock with Earth, Wind, and Fire in concert at the Hollywood Bowl. And it's really good. It's really good. So, but please put on some Earth, Wind, and Fire. If you want some praise and worship music for your ancestors, when you just want to talk to your ancestors, that's what you need to put on. In my Church of the Sun, I would have the choir singing Earth, Wind, and Fire songs. I'm just telling you, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I don't never tell y'all nothing that I'm going to do that I don't do. Whether it succeeds or not, I'm going to fucking try it. We're going to create a whole new religion. It ain't going to have nothing to do with none of this bullshit. It's going to be all about the sun and our ancestors. That's it. Because that's who got you here. And that's who protects you and watches over you every fucking day. The people that got you here. For y'all not to acknowledge the people that got you here is a fucking slap in the face. I wake up, now I've trained myself, I wake up every morning. First person I say thank you to is my mother. Because without her, I wouldn't have been here. It don't matter what our relationship was. None of that matters. She got me here. Zoom services? No, we're going to have a whole building. And the whole roof is going to be plexiglass so the sun can come through. I want real glass, though. Jordy said, real glass? I already see it in my head. I already see it. So I will be here tomorrow, and we will be doing blood type eating tomorrow, okay? Because some of y'all are way off track, and some of you are new to the info. But go check out the store. If you can't find what you're looking for in our TikTok shop, go to the site. Because we have almost 200 products. We have almost 200 products. I think we only have 60 over there in the... I'll be here between 7 and 8. I'll try to get here a little bit earlier. So let me say 7. So if I say 7, it'll probably be 7:30. Because I'm always about 30 minutes off. You started eating chicken and rice all over. Lourdes, I'm going to come over there. You don't want me coming over there. You do not want me coming over there. Eastern time. Eastern. About 7:30 Eastern time. Y'all don't want me popping up at your house. Remember I used to threaten to do that? I said I was going to get on a plane and pop up in people's houses and look at their fucking pantries and see what's going on. You better not be eating no chicken and rice. You had a steak tonight? Are you a blood type O? I would love to have a steak tonight, but I'm just going to have to imagine that fucking tofu is fucking steak. Good. You said I can pop up over there. I would pop up over there and get some good food. As long as y'all had a steak, that's all I give a fuck about. Okay. So I'll see y'all tomorrow between 7 and 7:30. Okay. Mwah. And until then, have a good night. Bye. Bye, y'all. See y'all tomorrow.